red. So it turns bright. So
Good morning. I want to welcome everyone and thank the Higher Education Coordinating Board for accommodating us with their very nice facilities. I call this meeting of the Oversight Committee to order. It is 11:03 a.m. Will the Secretary please take attendance of the Oversight Committee?
I will. Mr. Angelo? Here. Mr. Guerin?
Here.
Mr. Holmes?
Here.
Mr. Margot, I understand, is running late, but should be here. Mr. Montgomery?
Here.
Dr. Rice? Here. Dr. Rosenfeld?
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you. Members, the draft minutes from the November 17th Oversight Committee meeting are available in your agenda packet behind tab 1. Are there any corrections or questions to the minutes as circulated? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the November 17th Oversight Committee meeting.
So moved.
Have a motion? We have a second?
Second.
All in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Members, you do have the agenda. I just want to note that because we're going to have a closed session, we are working that into the agenda, and there's a possibility we're going to move some things around on the agenda as we work through this, and keeping an eye on the clock, and we're also waiting the arrival of Mr. Margot. Our next agenda item is public comment. As we all know, this is a very important part of the operation of CPRIT. We work for the people of Texas. We're a creation of the people of Texas, and we welcome our fellow citizens that take the time to come and share with us. I have one request for public comment, Ms. Susan Dawson, and ask that Ms. Dawson please come forward. As all the members know, public comment is an opportunity to hear from the citizen presenter. It's not an opportunity for us to engage in a Q&A with that person because of the Open Meetings Act and our limitations on what we can do based on what has been posted ahead of time. I know Ms. Dawson has worked with Dr. Wilson and talked with other members of the staff and has some very important ideas to share with us, and it might be of interest to the members at a later meeting to post some of these issues for conversation, or they may just be handled within the staff. But the limitations that we have don't really allow us to engage in a lengthy discussion with Ms. Dawson. But Ms. Dawson, thank you for joining us. Thank you for the great work you do in so many areas across our state. I know you're acquainted with some of the people on the Oversight Committee, but Susan Dawson is a great leader in the education reform community, but has many ideas and has personal experience with the delivery of cancer care services in our state. And as with everything that I've ever seen her undertake, she pours herself into it, and thorough researcher, and has made a great contribution to the public discussion in so many areas of public policy in Texas. So, Susan, thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you, Chair.
I beg your pardon?
Native geek.
I see.
Can you bring up the slides, please?
Susan, could you get a little closer to the microphone? It's not picking up very well.
Turn it on? How's that? Does that work better?
It's picking up better now.
There you go. Thank you.
It's the engineer in you. You know this.
There you go. I appreciate all of the Oversight Committee and the CPRIT staff allowing me to be here today to present all of the work that you are doing in prevention and research of cancer. I am probably the least qualified in this room to bring you forward ideas about medical solutions. I do, as the chair said, have personal experience. I'm lucky enough to be on the downhill slope of stage 3 cancer. I've got chemo through April and one more major surgery, but I'm doing very well. What I wanted to share with you today is my experience in other sectors, in particular education, and to bring to you some ideas that I think can be relevant to CPRIT and to the Oversight Committee about working more collaboratively to advance the treatment of cancer. So many of us are from STEM fields, medicine. I'm an engineer or otherwise. We're taught basic mathematics. But I'd like to tell you that part of the concept here is that I believe that 1 + 1 can be much greater than 2, and I hope you can work to find ways to embrace that, specifically through a body of work that's come out originally in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. I put one of the seminal works in your handouts, although there's much more research done since then, in an area called collective impact. And collective impact is all about trying to understand how to bring to bear on complex social problems solutions that are cross-sector, that involve many organizations and aligned metrics as well as aligned investment in creating much higher outcomes. There are many areas, a patient in a single treatment center, a school in a classroom, where individual isolated impact may be appropriate to achieve the outcome that you need. But on these large-scale social issues, like in our instance, doubling the number of students who get a post-secondary credential, or in solving types of cancers, I would say that we need to work more collaboratively, and we can provide some of the solutions that have been found through the work of collective impact. I would say personally, I have experience that says that it works. Here in the Central Texas region in education, for instance, we've been spending the last 8 years working on increasing the number of students in the science, technology, engineering, math pipeline. We've increased that pipeline of students by working cross-sector through industry, higher ed, and K through 12 systems by over 700%. There's no place in the country that we can find that's anywhere near close to that. We've saved $33 million in the last 5 years for Central Texas schools by increasing student attendance. We've delivered just in 2016 over 50,000 flu vaccines at no cost to school districts or to families to keep students and families healthy, but also to keep them in school. These are just some examples of work that couldn't have been done except by working in non-traditional ways across different sectors towards common metrics and common outcomes. I've looked at some of the wonderful work that CPRIT has done, specifically in the 2016 program priorities, and there are a lot of really important parts that guide your grant-making process in looking at early detection, intractable diseases, underfunded research, other areas that are key parts of prioritizing the grant-making process. What you don't see particularly called out is a concept of institutions working more collectively or collaboratively. Certainly there are MIRAs and other ways that individuals are being pushed to work more collaboratively, but I don't see the kind of approach institution-wide that could form those kinds of higher outcomes to complex problems. Certainly there is an example in CPRIT Past that many of you are familiar with. CTNet was created specifically to reformulate the entire clinical trials system in the state of Texas, both to benefit researchers and to get research into the marketplace more quickly, but also to benefit patients and allow them to have much more efficient access to clinical trials much faster. And while I would say that CTNet appears not to have been perfect and was abandoned in the reformulation of the agency. The ideal of the work behind CTNet is something that we can build on and we can learn from to be able to understand how to help institutions work more collaboratively. So overall, what I'm hoping is that we can create a new grant-making process through the authority of the Oversight Committee and CPRIT to create a sum that is bigger than the sum of the parts by not working in isolated ways, but working in much more collective ways. I've provided you a handout that I've worked in with a number of oncologists, with some of the members of the Oversight Committee, with staff that includes ideas for a different type of RFA process, one that can incent and guide, I would hope, much more collaborative action across institutions, and by doing so can rapidly improve both patient outcomes and the cost efficiency to drive down costs in treating cancer. I recognize that the Oversight Committee would not be implementing or working through the details of this kind of idea, but hopefully would be thinking strategically about how to work with staff to put something like this in place. If you agree that it's worth moving forward on this kind of thing, I would suggest that there are 3 things that I'd like you to think about. First, while it's a greatly overused and hackneyed cliche, that you think outside the box. This would be a different kind of grant-making process that would not be traditional, but would, I believe, be able to move quickly towards working across institutional boundaries in a much more collaborative fashion. Second, I would encourage you to include not just the usual suspects. Certainly the major cancer centers would have to be part of something like this collaborative action, but also I would include the private clinical providers as well as those who are on the cost side, Medicaid, private insurers, managed care providers as part of the solution. And the third thing I would say is don't be wary about following the money. Because I think it's important, and first and foremost, CPRIT has to be driven by cancer outcomes, but in order to support sustained improvement and to help many more people faster, you shouldn't be wary of looking at the investment side to optimize investment and drive down costs. So I hope that with the information I've provided, any questions that I can come back or any way that I can help, you can adopt new approaches that will allow the great state of Texas to take us further and faster in preventing and treating cancer. Thank you very much.
Susan, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Okay. I don't believe we have any other requests for public comment, so we will go to item 5, grantee presentation. We've invited representatives from 2 CPRIT grantees to provide presentations to the Oversight Committee. Dr. Keith Argenbright from UT Southwestern and Dr. Eric Poma from Molecular Templates have joined us today. I'll ask Dr. Garcia to introduce Dr. Argenbright, and after Dr. Argenbright's presentation, Mr. Lang will introduce Dr. Poma.
Good morning.
Dr. Garcia.
It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Keith Argenbright to you. He is a director at Moncrief Cancer Institute in Fort Worth, and he's also professor and chief of the Division of Community Health Sciences at UT Southwestern Medical Center. But importantly for today, he and his team are very successful prevention grantee applicants. Actually, I think his team, together with Dr. Argenbright, the team that he directs, have more prevention grants than anyone else in our current portfolio. And they're really doing some exceptional work all across North Texas. Dr. Argenbright is a clinician. He's a teacher, a businessman, very energetic, creative. We love interacting with Dr. Argenbright. He always brings great ideas, challenges us, and so I know you will enjoy his presentation today.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. And Dr. Argenbright, welcome.
Thank you, and Dr. Garcia, thank you for those kind words. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a note of personal thanks to all of the committee members. It's not lost on us not only the amount of work, but the amount of fine leadership that you put into this, and we are all extremely appreciative of that. I did set a copy of the presentation, hard copy in front of you in case you'd like to follow along. So, as said, I'm the director of the Moncrief Cancer Institute. We are located in Fort Worth's Medical District next to JPS, which is the Tarrant County Safety Net Health System. And we're also part of UT Southwestern and the Simmons Comprehensive Cancer Center in Dallas. Some of you might know that originally, up until 2006, the Moncrief Enterprise provided treatment through the form of radiation therapy. And in 2006, we actually changed our focus to where we are now focusing on cancer prevention, as well as education, early detection, navigation, and survivorship services. I'd like to spend a little bit of time outlining our service area while we are located in Tarrant County. You can see from the map here that we go from Vernon in the northwest part of our service area down to Brownwood, over to Round Rock to the south, Corsicana, and Paris, Texas. And this geographic area is about the equivalent of the square mileage of the state of South Carolina. We are able to do this because of the partnerships that we are able to create and sustain within the communities. We have partnerships with elected officials, with physicians, with hospital CEOs, with community leaders. And I bring this to you because oftentimes in grants, we call out funds for outreach. And the reason that we do this is because we actually have to have people go in, form these relationships, and sustain these relationships, especially in these outlying rural counties. And so were it not for the CPRIT investment, not only in the service delivery, but in the outreach, we would not be able to reach such a large geographic area. We're extremely grateful for the support of CPRIT. We have received grants in several of the different prevention domains. Thus far, we have received over $17 million in CPRIT grants, and again, we're extremely grateful for that. I'd like to call your attention to 3 grants in particular under the Secondary Prevention Program, and those are our breast cancer screening grants. Sure. Yes, sir. Because we have divided those according to the person who is responsible for outreach in that particular area. And so it's probably more of a managerial demarcation than anything else. No worries. So these 3 breast prevention grants, you see them as the breast screening and patient navigation, the first 3 under secondary prevention there. Since 2010, those 3 grants have totaled $5.2 million in funding. But I also want to point out that in addition to CPRIT funds, we were able to get $4.65 million in another program, the Breast and Cervical Cancer Program, through the state. And so we were able to take the CPRIT dollars, and for every dollar that CPRIT invested in our program, we got another 89.5 cents from other sources. And so that's something that you'll see as we go through the presentation as well, that we really try to use CPRIT to invest and leverage other funds as well. We focus mainly on the underserved, and in the population map you see, or that you saw earlier, there are about 6 million people. It's almost inconceivable to think that 56% of those are either underserved or uninsured. They are either uninsured or underinsured. And we reach, through our programs, about 37% of that target area. Since 2010, we've found over 1,400 cancers in this population. As you can see, about equal between breast and colorectal cancer, and we are just starting a new cervical cancer program. We started that this past summer. One of the real success stories I'd like to share with you is the way that we work in the cancer survivorship community. And our first survivorship program was actually funded by CPRIT in 2011 for just a little bit less than $800,000. And this was a program that really brought together lots of different community partners, adult service hospitals, physician groups, community cancer organizations. And this was funded by CPRIT. It was a relatively small cancer survivorship program, really only about 500 square feet in 2 rooms in an office building. But we were able to take that grant and successfully compete for a much larger Medicaid waiver project called an 1115 waiver project that is valued at $21 million. And so that $800,000 investment that CPRIT made, we have been able to attract roughly $26 for every dollar that CPRIT invested in that particular program. We have served over 2,200 cancer survivors through this program and done over 11,000 patient encounters. We've also been able to take that original CPRIT program and expand it to a medical model that includes the monitoring of late-term side effects as well as fertility preservation. The impact of the work that we do in our population is extremely important and I think extremely valuable. As we said before, this is a very large region, and there are a lot of underinsured and underinsured patients in this region. 38% of the patients that we serve indicate Spanish is their preferred language, and so we have to find ways to reach out to these people who are non-English speakers. But we have been able to increase significantly in this survivor population our breast cancer screening, our colorectal cancer screening, and quality of life. This survivor program has also enabled us to think about new models of delivery, one of which is a mobile clinic that goes out into the counties, both for screening services as well as survivor services. This is a picture of the interior of that clinic. And we offer on this mobile survivor and screening clinic the latest in mammography. We have a telemedicine capability, exercise, nutrition. Basically, all of the things that we do in the Moncrief Cancer Institute, we can deliver to cancer survivors and screening patients in rural counties. I'd like to share with you some real-world impact that we are able to demonstrate. And by the way, all of these patients have agreed to utilize their stories. This patient, Nina, was referred to us because of a colon cancer diagnosis, and through a CPRIT grant, genetic testing confirmed that she had Lynch syndrome, which is an autosomal dominant genetic disorder which predisposes not only for colon cancer but for endometrial cancer, ovarian cancer, and stomach cancer as well as others. And she expresses her gratitude to reaching out, had the colonoscopy and the EGD. Thank you for covering the cost of my genetic testing. I'm more at ease now knowing my quality of life has improved. Robin G. is a patient in Waco who had a mass in her sigmoid colon. Says that the program manager coordinated all of her care and the surgery, and she knew that she should have gotten tested before but didn't have insurance, was caring for a paralyzed neighbor. Again, you'll also see that some of the prevention grants have what are called navigation services as a line item. This population is extremely vulnerable. As I said before, over a third of them have Spanish as their native language. They have a very difficult time navigating our delivery system, and especially with complex cases. And so we actually have people who will direct them from location to location and provide the transportation interpretation services that are needed. And then finally, this is a Glen Rose patient. I have no insurance, haven't had a mammogram in a couple of years, was very impressed with the staff and technician. And this is a patient who got her first mammogram with us in 2015 and is scheduled to get another mammogram on that mobile unit at her hometown in Glen Rose this month. Finally, I want to share with you the fact that our work is being recognized. Your work is being recognized. We were recently invited to submit an article to a medical journal called The Lancet, and that was published in 2017, and I've put that in your packet as well, that talks about how do we start to begin to think about measuring the success of these programs. And then the second article that I included in your packet talks about our dissemination model for our breast cancer services. And so you've heard me talk about the way that we try to leverage dollars. You've heard me talk about the way that we try to use new and innovative ways, especially mobile ways, to get out to the patients. You've heard from the patients themselves, and now finally we just wanted to share with you the fact that your dollars are also creating science and are being recognized by others throughout the country as to best-in-class types of programs. So that's the conclusion of my remarks, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your presentation very much and for the work that you're doing. On slide 8, I wondered, on the bottom part of slide 8, it talks about as a result of survivorship programs, you've seen these increases in screening, and I wondered if that is screening.
Dr. Rice, could you make sure you're speaking into the microphone and also make sure it's turned on?
Are those elevations and improvements in survivorship program screenings a result of like post-treatment surveillance, or is that just de novo screening improvements that seem to be happening for some other reason?
So I believe your question is regarding the result of our survivorship programs. We're seeing a 31% increase in breast cancer screening and 28% increase in colorectal cancer screening. And the question is, are we screening for recurrence, or are we screening for new cancers in those patients? And the answer is both. And so what we do is whenever we have a patient who has had a particular type of cancer, we put them on increased surveillance for that particular type of cancer. But as long as we have that patient, we may want to make sure that are there other screenings that you might need? Could there be some sort of genetic syndrome that's going on here, and do we need to get you into a genetic counselor for that? And then we keep all of that in a database and a registry so that we are proactively going out and reminding and facilitating the entry of the patients back into our screening programs.
Dr. Rosenfeld.
Very impressive presentation.
Thank you.
Question on slide number 5, where it talks about 1,449 cancers found.
Yes, sir.
Craig, if I could interrupt just one second. This is being broadcast, and so if you could move your microphone around in front of you so it can be picked up by the monitor as well. And turning it on, that would help a lot. Thanks.
I'm learning. A few more meetings, I'll have it. Just looking at the numbers, that the leading cancer detected was breast cancer, and noting that there's no lung cancers reported, I'm just wondering, it looks like you're screening a lot of women and not a lot of men. Is that interpretation wrong?
Well, obviously, breast cancer is primarily, not exclusively, but primarily a cancer of women. The colorectal cancer program that we have is roughly half and half between men and women. The screening for lung cancer is relatively new as far as the science behind that. I'm sure you're aware that it was somewhere around 2010. The National Lung Screening Trial, and that is something that we have contemplated going out and incorporating a lung screening program. Some of my other colleagues at UT Southwestern are doing that, and it's something that we have contemplated in the past and are looking forward to doing as well. We do not, we look at all cancers, and I think that that really, breast and cervical just happen to be women's cancers.
And a follow-up to that is, when you're screening for breast cancer, you said you're using mammograms and colon cancers. I imagine that's sigmoidoscopies or colonoscopies. As you know, the literature is now becoming packed with what people are calling liquid biopsies and screening based on detection of DNA abnormalities by a variety of techniques. Are there plans to move out of the traditional screening mechanisms and into the blood screening mechanisms?
So our methods are primarily through fecal immunochemical testing, which is a kit that can be completed at home, mailed back in, and looking for specific antigens within the stool. I am aware of some of the newer blood-based colorectal screening modalities. We follow very strictly the U.S. Preventive Services guidelines and have not yet adopted that, but we are very aware of their guidelines and very congruent with their guidelines. If I could go back to your first question, you might be aware that the screening guidelines for prostate cancer in men are also somewhat controversial at this point. Yet, on the other hand, prostate cancer is a cancer that disproportionately affects African American men. And this past week at the Moncrief Cancer Institute, we had an awareness event targeted to African American males within our service area, where we offered them education and the opportunity to learn more about the different varieties of screening for prostate cancer. So that's another way that we're trying to engage both genders in our screening efforts.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
On slide 8, thank you again for the great presentation. 17% aggregate increase in quality of life. I would have thought that that percentage would be much higher. So how do you measure aggregate increase in quality of life?
So there's a measure called the FACT-G. It's a normed survey that we administer at the very beginning, the very first visit into our survivorship program, and then we do that periodically, typically at this 3-month, the 6-month, and the 12-month visit. And a 17% increase is statistically significant. That's something that we feel as though is meaningful, and our patients tell us is meaningful as well.
Thank you.
Tony. Dr. Arganbright, you recognize and have looked long and hard at the challenge of delivering these services in underpopulated and distant rural areas. And you look at your map, you look at the counties that are represented on that map, it's everything from the most urban in our state to among the most rural. Could you talk about your all's thinking behind and the planning that and considerations that went into the investment in the Mobile Cancer Survivor Clinic, and how you feel it's working in serving those rural areas, and just how you all came to the decision to make such a big human and financial capital investment in that outreach?
Sure. When you get into these communities and you talk with the community leaders and you talk with the patients, you realize that not only are finances an issue for them, but geography and transportation is an issue as well. And a lot of these people are paid by the hour, which means if they make a two-hour drive into Fort Worth and a 2-hour drive back, they've lost a half a day's worth of work. And so we began looking at what others had done with some of the mobile screenings. UT Southwestern actually had a van that did just mobile screening for breast. And we said, well, we can do that, but there's so much more that we can do. And we can add other screening modalities to that mobile unit, and then we can add survivorship services to that unit as well. And so we've been out into these communities now for about 2 years. We've logged over 25,000 miles on this unit. And I will say say it continues to become more and more popular. One of the things that we've also found is that when we go into these rural communities, especially with a high Hispanic population, trust is a very important aspect of the work that we do. And so we have to go in again and again and again and establish trust with our patients that we are who we say we are, that we are there to help them, and that we have no nefarious motives whatsoever. And so we continue to see more and more need and more people interested in these mobile type programs. And so it's something that it's a model that I encourage all of us to consider, because it's been, for us, extremely successful thus far.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Arganbright? Thank you very much for coming down and joining us today, and for the extraordinary programs and the innovations that you all have brought to the prevention efforts in our state.
Again, I appreciate all your work and support. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Lang? Well, there you are. You're hiding behind Wayne there. I didn't see it. Would you please introduce Dr. Poma?
All the gray hair kind of blends together. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Eric Poma. He's the founder and CEO of Molecular Templates. Dr. Poma has his PhD in molecular biology and immunology. He also has an MBA in finance, a true Renaissance man. He's had a very illustrious career in pharmaceutical development, drug development at ImClone, Innovative Pharmaceuticals, and then most recently, of course, is the founder and CEO of Molecular Templates. Molecular Templates is certainly one of our most successful portfolio companies. They're one of the few that's gotten multiple grants for multiple different projects that they have underway. The company is developing engineered toxin bodies, which are basically guided missiles for cancer. So just as guided missiles have revolutionized warfare, these novel compounds may revolutionize cancer therapy as well. So obviously Dr. Poma can provide an overview of the company and the technology, so it's my pleasure to welcome him.
Thank you. Dr. Poma. Poma, welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I want to give my personal gratitude to CPRIT. I think CPRIT is an endeavor unlike any other that we know of, and you have funded fantastic research and continued innovation, so very grateful for that. I was going to start just by giving a quick overview, kind of define the problem. As you all probably know, there's been cancer as long as there's been us. The earliest written descriptions match pretty much the earliest written descriptions we have going back 3,000 years. As we excavate more and more remains from people dating back even further, we see evidence of cancer. So it's been with us for a long, long time. It exists across all segments of humanity at very similar rates. The reason for that is it's a fundamental process of aging. 1 and 2 in terms of mortality rates in the U.S. are either cardiovascular disease or cancer. Cardiovascular disease can be thought of as a lifestyle disease, but cancer is the process of life and aging, and that's because it's a function of the accrued mutations we develop over a lifetime. And those mutations result in unchecked cellular growth, which is cancer. We've done an amazing job over the last 20 or 30 years of understanding the molecular basis of cancer, and that's really opened up the potential to engineer therapies, as before it was really screening therapies. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about today in terms of what we've been doing. But just to further the history a little bit, the initial treatments for cancer were really around surgery. And in fact, John Hunter is the first recorded surgery in the mid-1700s of a woman with breast cancer. This was the mid-1700s. That surgery went about as well as you would imagine. But because of the advent of anesthesia and antiseptic techniques, surgery has become a cornerstone of how we treat cancers, with the caveat that it's a cornerstone of how we treat earlier stage disease, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. If the disease is metastatic, if it's spread, if it's stage 4, surgery can be palliative, but the intent of a curative surgery does not exist anymore in stage 4. Similarly, radiation was developed at the end of the 19th century. This is using high energy beams to directly kill cancer cells while trying to spare neighboring cells. Again, this has been a huge advent. This is a new mechanism of action when it came on the scene to treat cancers. But as with surgery, this is effective in localized settings, 1, 2, 3 stage disease, not in the metastatic. If you go back, though, basically to 1916, when Sidney Farber was working in Boston on the first set of drugs to treat cancer, that's where excitement really began around pharmaceuticals. He was taking children with leukemic disease, so disease that had spread throughout their body, because leukemia is a disease of the blood. These were children where no one had ever seen remissions. People had just seen the disease progress, and he started doing the first clinical studies with antifolate constructs and saw remissions in those patients. They tended to be short-lived. Those patients, unfortunately, would relapse, but it was the first time anyone had ever seen activity in a spread tumor. And that's where the advent of chemotherapy really began. A few years later, people had noticed during World War I that nitrogen mustard gas wiped out people's B cells and T cells, and they thought, well, let's try that in B cell and T cell cancers. And so that was really the advent. We were really 100 years into chemotherapy now, and that's formed the cornerstone. Those kinds of drugs have formed the cornerstone of how you treat patients who have metastatic disease. There is that exciting potential for cure in patients whose disease has gone to stage 4 that wasn't possible previously with surgery and radiation. Now, obviously, in today's setting, you're getting as many of these different modalities as possible. And what we've really set about to do is push what we can do with pharmaceuticals, push what we can do beyond just chemotherapy. And again, chemotherapy is a class of drugs that usually, it's not targeted. It usually is just there to inhibit DNA replication. Cancer cells are continuously growing. They're continuously replicating their DNA. So chemotherapy is blocking that. Because it's not targeted, though, because it goes to every cell in your body, it's why you see the profound side effects. It's why you get hair loss. It's why you get nausea and vomiting, because it's going everywhere and it's destroying all the cells that are rapidly growing in your body. It's very effective, highly toxic. It still remains the cornerstone of stage 4 treatment for most cancers. More recently, we've seen the advent of targeted therapies. This is as we get a better understanding of how cancer cells are fundamentally different than normal cells. We can specifically target the cancer cell versus normal cells. In general, this has been a huge addition to the armamentarium of which we have to treat cancer cells. Typically not as potent as chemotherapy, but much less toxic. And the idea is to add them to chemotherapy treatment to get incremental gains. And then there's been a tremendous amount of excitement recently around immuno-oncology. This has been a field that has been theorized for many years and has become much more practical now, in part because of the work out of MD Anderson. But here what you're saying is, can we get the immune system to recognize that cancer is a problem, and can we get the immune system to start attacking the cancer cells? And there's been very nice work here. Again, the caveat, and there's always a caveat in cancer, is that in general, the tools we have now in immuno-oncology work in roughly 1/3 or less of patients. So there's a tremendous amount more to be done there, but we're not at a cure. We're not at a comprehensive approach yet. So there is an overwhelming need for new classes of drugs here, things that can be combined with chemotherapy or targeted therapy or immuno-oncology, just to try and get incremental gains by adding new mechanisms of action. Because remember, cancer is a disease of genetic instability, and as we begin to treat it, the tumor mutates and overcomes the mechanism of treatment. So the hope is to get more and more ways to punish the cancer cell and prevent resistance from occurring. So that was the goal when I started this company. I started this company 8 years ago. The idea was, could we engineer a new class of oncology compounds? Could we come up with something that had a very different way of killing the tumor cell than anything that had been widely used before? That's a huge goal because, again, you can start developing new chemotherapies, but there's been chemotherapies for 100 years, and we're starting to get to the end of those, the optimizations there. And immuno-oncology is great, but there's still a lot more work that needs to be done. Our company, we've been fortunate. We've raised to date about $28 million in VC investments, piggybacked with the CPRIT grants, because people think this is an interesting approach. We're also very proud to say that every piece of data I'll show you, all the technology here, all the IP here was developed in the state of Texas, was developed in-house. We didn't license anything. We developed this all from scratch. Originally in Georgetown at the TLCC incubator. Now we have our own facility in Austin, so we're very proud of that. So what is it that we're doing? When I started this company, I'd come across Shiga-like toxin, which is toxin produced in certain strains of bacteria. It causes severe food poisoning, and in some cases it can be fatal because it destroys kidney cells, it destroys tissues of the gut. But it's an interesting molecule because there's a part of it, what we call the B subunit, that specifically targets it to kidney cells. But then the A subunit is what destroys cells. The A subunit has a unique ability to get into a cell and then destroy it, and it destroys it by shutting down all protein synthesis. So proteins are what regulate the interactions in a cell. The ribosome is the factory that makes protein, and SLTA destroys those ribosomes very, very potently. And this was interesting to me because the idea was, well, what if we got rid of the B subunit and instead put a domain on the A subunit that targeted it specifically to cancer cells? This would then represent a different mechanism of action, unlike what's typically used in cancer treatment. So this represented a tremendous amount of genetic engineering. We were using, to target the cells, we were using something called a single-chain variable region, which is derived from an antibody to specifically target to a protein that exists on cancer cells and really nowhere else. For our first drug, MT-3724, we designed it to attack a protein called CD20, which is expressed only on B cells and therefore is of limited expression throughout the body. And we designed this to really go after lymphomas, which are a B cell disease that express CD20. So that was our first compound. This work was, once we identified the lead, we submitted for a CPRIT grant. We were fortunate enough to get funded, and that funding paid for GMP manufacturing, so manufacturing the drug to specifications of the FDA for all of the toxicology studies. And we've just wrapped up our phase 1 study this year, and I'd like to show you a little bit of those results. But that was our first compound. I call it a first generation because as excited as we are about this compound, more is better, and we've been engineering and making improvements on this, and I'll show you a little bit of our second generation as well. But we moved 3724 into a phase 1 study about 1.5 years ago. It's the first in human study. It's what's called a dose escalation study. So the way that works is you start at a very low dose of the drug, you dose 3 patients, you try to understand the safety effects, you try to understand the pharmacokinetic effects of the drug. If those 3 patients have good safety, you increase the dose, you dose another 3 patients, and you keep going until you get to a dose where patients can no longer tolerate it. So the goal here is really to understand what the right dose is and understand the side effects. Phase 1s are difficult because the patients we're treating have exhausted all other therapeutic opportunities. So these are non-Hodgkin's lymphoma patients who really have no other treatment options because they've exhausted everything. Their disease has progressed through everything. It's a tough patient population to treat. We're at MD Anderson, we're at Memorial Sloan Kettering. But this is a tough patient population. If you know NHL, there's about 75,000 patients diagnosed a year and about 20,000 deaths a year in NHL. So there's huge unmet medical need with this disease. We tested doses of 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 micrograms per kg. The 100 was too toxic, but I'm happy to say that the toxicity was non-life-threatening and easily reversible. So patients got very, very weak. They got some nausea and vomiting, but it resolved within a few days. So very happy around that side effect profile. We backed it down to 75 micrograms per kg, dosed 6 patients, none of them with that toxicity. So we're very comfortable with the dose we have right now. So far, I'd say that our patients skewed to older patients. And as I'll show you in a minute, they're patients who could no longer tolerate chemotherapy. So we've seen a very, very nice side effect profile in elderly cancer patients who are no longer able to tolerate chemotherapy and have exhausted all other options. So that's the goal of your phase 1, is typically what's the dose, what's the safety profile. We've really done that nicely in this study, but I'm also very happy to say that we've seen some very nice signs of efficacy in this patient population as well. Picture's always worth 1,000 words, but This is one of the first gentlemen we treated, 77-year-old man with a type of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma called diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. That's the most common form of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and he actually had a transformed diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, which is a very, very difficult diagnosis in non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. You can see from the PET scan, his tumor is the big mass in the middle. Right under that is his bladder, where the contrast agent's being excreted. And to the left of that, this gentleman had some inflammatory bowel, so you can see his colon. But his tumor is what's right in the middle. When he came on study at baseline, that's a relatively large tumor mass in his abdomen. And again, he had failed multiple rounds of chemotherapy, had transformed disease, so did not have a particularly good outcome. But we were very happy to see after cycle 2, so after 8 weeks on drug, most of his tumor had disappeared. He continued to get a few more cycles, and you could see when he exited study at cycle 5, all of that tumor mass is gone. So very nice response in a patient. He's not the only one we've seen this kind of response in. So we've seen very, very nice signs of efficacy with a very different mechanism of action. And this goes back to our thesis that if you've failed chemo, more chemo is unlikely to help, but a drug that works completely differently may. So very nice response in this patient. As I said, we've seen several other patients who've had similar responses. We've ended the phase 1 now. We know the dose. We've got nice signs of efficacy, and there's in general quite a bit of excitement around this drug. And I think the next steps here was we've contemplated multiple phase 2 studies to start this year, a larger phase 2 study in patients just like this, with the goal of that being an approval study. But also now we want to look at patients who are earlier in their disease combined with chemotherapy and see if we can get additive or synergistic benefits. So we've been extremely excited about this program. Again, all credit in the world on this goes to CPRIT, because this was beyond us on our own in terms of funding. We like this drug a lot, but again, I'm a genetic engineer by training. I want it to just even go better and improve on this. So we started a next generation program targeting a different protein called CD38, which is a key marker for multiple myeloma. So it's a protein that's expressed on the surface of multiple myeloma compounds. We took our base technology, and instead of using a single chain variable fragment to CD20, we now use a single chain variable fragment to CD38. I won't show you all the data, but in all of our preclinical models, this compound is substantially safer and substantially more potent. Sorry, I went too far ahead. It's substantially safer and, substantially safer and substantially more potent than, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. It's substantially safer and substantially more potent than our 3724 compound. We submitted a second CPRIT grant on this. We were funded, and we are now moving into the studies that are required in terms of toxicology and GMP to start a phase 1 study in multiple myeloma patients. Again, it'll be multiple myeloma patients who have failed all other treatment options, but we've been extremely excited about the improvements we've made on the scaffold. So in general, I think what CPRIT's allowed us to show is that with our first compound, we have very potent activity and good safety in a phase 1 study. We're moving ahead in this very difficult to treat population of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and in particular the DLBCL subset. The safety profile has been remarkably good in elderly patients. So these are patients who have failed chemo or couldn't tolerate chemo to begin with. So there's a huge unmet medical need there, and I think our safety profile matches up with that very nicely. We've defined a maximally tolerated dose, which was the goal of the phase 1 study. And again, above and beyond that, we've seen nice efficacy. And now we have a robust phase 2 program that's going to commence this year. All of that supported by CPRIT. The attention and recognition we've gotten over 3724, this idea that you have a new mechanism of action and a nice defined side effect profile, has really engendered a lot of interest. It's why we've been able to raise as much money as we have from a venture capital standpoint, and it's allowed us to start not just the CD38 program that's been funded by CPRIT, which again looks in many respects much better than our first generation compound, but we have additional pipeline agents in-house around breast cancer, around melanoma, and we've started to also really do We've got a lot of interest from large pharma around partnering around some of our compounds and moving those forward because they recognize that it's a novel mechanism of action. So we've been very, very fortunate that CPRIT has led to all of this. Again, where are we going in the future? We'll continue to get clinical validation around our lead construct. As I said, we have multiple phase 2s planned to start this year. Larger studies in the kind of patients I showed you to better characterize the actual response rate and efficacy. But what I'm really excited about too is combination studies in combination with chemotherapy to see if we can increase cure rates in DLBCL. The CD38 program, very, very excited about that. We're going to move that into the clinic. The IND-enabling studies take about 12 months, so we should be into the clinic in the first half of next year. And as I said, we've gotten a substantial amount of interest from large pharma coming to us saying, this looks really interesting. Have you guys thought about partnering? Are you interested in that? And so we've been working with large pharma on that. And more than that, I think, too, we've kind of established that we have a new way of making cancer drugs that's now clinically validated. We can change that single-chain variable fragment to target any protein on a cancer. And so in-house, as I said, we've done it for breast cancer targets. We've done it for melanoma targets. And we're very, very excited about that because we can now point to the clinical validation of this scaffold. We are in the midst of talking to multiple large pharmas about additional targets, going after them in multi-collaboration deals, and we expect to announce that shortly. So again, I think without the funding from CPRIT to allow for clinical validation, this would all be highly theoretical, which is another way of saying difficult to fund. Now that we've been able to show that clinical validation via CPRIT financing, I think we're in very good shape. So again, my thanks to all of you.
Poma, questions for Dr. Poma? Craig?
Two quick questions about the 3724.
Sure.
I imagine all the patients you had treated on that trial had previously received Rituxan or other anti-CD20 monoclonals.
That's an inclusion criteria, yep.
That's even more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with CD20 is it's a very small extracellular domain, so everything binds the same epitope. And the one thing we've seen coming out of this study is if they had very recent Rituxan exposure, none of those patients respond. And we know that preclinically, that they compete for the same epitope. And so they're competing for activity, and Rituxan's dosed in mg per kg, and we're dosed microgram per kg. So that's one of the things we're working through. But one of the reasons I chose CD20 is that everyone eventually fails Rituxan, but they all still express CD20. It's central to the disease, and so it's a great target. And
a couple other questions.
Sure.
You thought about moving over to CLL?
That's the next question. Yeah, we, CLL is a fair bit smaller than DLBCL, but for lots of reasons, we think a disseminated disease setting would be attractive. So it's one of the, right now we're currently thinking, so right now the phase 1 study is moving into an expansion cohort in DLBCL, and we may add a CLL arm as well to expansion. I'd like to redose though, maybe go back to the 50 and 75 and 100 because the kinetics in a disseminated disease may be different and may justify figuring out what the dose is again for CLL. So we'll see.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for Dr. Poma? Dr. Rice?
No question, but just say congratulations and thanks for the great work.
Thank you. Same. Thanks again for the support.
Thank you for your great work, and thank you for taking the time to share your experience with us today. Thanks very much. We're going to make a departure from the agenda and ask the internal auditor to please come up and make her presentation at this point. So we're going to move item 13 up to item 6. And the chair would like to recognize Ms. Martin to present the internal auditor report.
Thank you very much for moving me. I appreciate that. Good afternoon. Tab 10 in your book, a short discussion today on where we are for internal audit as we move through the internal audit year. So 10.1 is where I'll start. We have met with the audit committee and reviewed our status, but we have officially launched the 2017 internal audit plan. There were 4 audits planned for the audit plan this year, along with separate follow-up procedures on the prior year audits. The first audit over training is completed. It was completed in January. Included in your discussion package today is the representation of the risks and coverage of that audit. It is on page 10-3. I won't review that with you in detail, but as committed for each internal audit that we execute, as we scope the procedures for those audits, we communicate to you separately and to the audit committee separately the risks that that audit is targeted at. We concluded our procedures and on February 6th had an exit conference with the process owners, and we're in the process of reporting. So we don't have a report yet, but that audit is, the field work is completed and the risks were all covered. The next audit is over internal agency compliance. That audit started in February, and we're currently in execution. Today's meeting is being observed as part of that internal agency compliance as well. And so we will continue in the field through February into March, and we'll have that audit completed before the next oversight committee. Then we move into pre-award grant management. This is not the full grant management process. This is really just the application through awarding. And that audit will be conducted in the March timeframe. And then separately, the 4th audit is procurement and P-cards. And we have not launched that audit, but it will be completed in May and June. So those are the 4 full-scale internal audits for the year. In addition to that, in 2017, we will be performing follow-up procedures on 4 audits, primarily audits that were conducted in the fiscal 16 year. You'll see a schedule on page 10-4 of your handout, which is our tracking schedule. In the middle there shows the fiscal year 2017 plan, and those follow-up procedures will start with the procedures over information security audit. The follow-up procedures have already been started, and we're in the process of conducting those now. And then in May, we will perform follow-up procedures over the findings from revenue, commodity and service contracts, and cash management. As you will see, there are only a few findings on those audits. There were 5 findings on commodity and service contracts, 2 on revenue, and 1 on cash management. And so the purpose of our follow-up procedures is to validate that the corrective action as committed, as completed, and more to come as we complete those follow-up procedures. So that is my report to the Oversight Committee for internal audit activity, and it will be next meeting before we have an internal audit report to review with you. Any comments or questions?
Any questions for Ms. Martin? Does not appear that there are any. Ms. Martin, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you and Weaver for your good work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We're going to continue to move out of order to accommodate the schedules of our presenters today. I'd like now to go to item number 14, which is the Advisory Committee on Childhood Cancers. And I'd like to recognize Dr. Wilson to introduce Dr. Susan Blaney. Dr. Blaney will present the annual report of the Advisory Committee on Childhood Cancers. Dr. Wilson.
Advisory committees, including the Advisory Committee on Childhood Cancer, have a very important role for the research program in context of connecting us effectively with the community. And under Dr. Blaney's leadership, the Childhood Cancer Committee has been very robust, and I'm very pleased to invite her to present her report today. She is, as you'll recall, the Deputy Director of the Texas Children's Cancer Center, and also the
Vice Chair of the Department of Pediatrics at Baylor College of Medicine.
Thank you, Jim, for your introduction, and thank you to all the members of the Oversight Committee for CPRIT. We're very pleased to have the opportunity on behalf of the childhood cancer community in the state of Texas, the patients that we serve and their families, to present you with our summary of progress over the past year. Because of the time and because I'm one of the few people that stand between you and lunch, I'll be as brief as I possibly can, but this is only really the tip of the iceberg of the progress that we've made. So if we can go to the first slide. They're coming up. So I'll just give you an overview. Basically, the committee meets quarterly by teleconference at a minimum. We also have subcommittees and then try to meet in person at the scientific committee on Austin every other year. So at the last Oversight Committee, we gained approval to expand our committee membership. We had a very robust core of voting members, but felt that the representation of the committee across the state of Texas wasn't adequate. Pediatric oncology is primarily an academic subspecialty, but we also have community and private practices across the state of Texas, and wanted to make sure that all children and their families that are afflicted by cancer across the state have a voice. And so we did expand the committee, and in your agenda today, you have the members that were added to the committee. And I will show you those when we get to the first slide. And the other things that I want to do today are give you just a brief overview of some of the successes that we've had, the progress that we've made in terms of funding, and some of the impact that, and today I'm going to focus on the multi-investigator research awards. I provided Dr. Wilson with a comprehensive summary of the impact of each of the awards that are far enough along to have observed some progress, and that will be available to you, but that's about 30 pages of progress. So on the first slide, I'm hitting the wrong one, obviously. Right? Oh, I had it backwards. Okay. Left and right. Okay. So this is the committee that I alluded to. These were the members of the core committee. Not only do we have representatives from clinicians, but we also have representatives from laboratory investigators, physician scientists, in our advocacy community, which has had a very important role in the direction that the committee is proceeding as well. And here's the expanded list of committee members. You can see they're from across the state of Texas, and I'll show you on the next slide just a geographic representation of all of the areas where these committee members are housed and the areas that they impact across the state. So the next thing I wanted to do was give you an overdate of our progress, and as I mentioned, I was going to focus on our accomplishments overall. We've increased the number of grants, the success rate of the funding. More than 36 projects have been funded, and as you can see, the success rate over the last 3 years has increased from 4% to 13% to almost 17%, which is really unprecedented and speaks very highly of the quality of the science that is being funded by investigators across the state. In terms of impact, which is you know, these are only some measures of the impact. It's been phenomenal, but there have been more than 110 publications that have resulted, and this is just really the earliest stages. Discovery and future discovery is going to continue to emanate from these awards. Many of these publications are in very high impact journals across the field of oncology, not just pediatric oncology, but oncology as a whole. So you'll see Nature, Blood, Nature Communications. And then other peer review funding, again, only the tip of the iceberg. More than $18 million in funding to date has been garnered. A substantial fraction of this is also NIH funding. And then there's funding that we can't quantitate. Many of our trials go on to be done nationally and internationally through the Children's Oncology Group. So we can access those resources, but they're not direct dollars. They're direct support, but we can't quantitate that for you, but the impact is unmeasurable. In terms of accomplishments, I want to highlight this was a multi-investigator award for osteosarcoma, and this had a number of projects, but what I want to focus on is pediatric oncology is a highly collaborative subspecialty, and to bring investigators across the state to do not only basic science research, but clinical translational research is phenomenal. And I think the impact has been even greater than some of the investigational awards by working together as a community. So here you can see, I won't go through these in detail, but new genes have been discovered, new signatures that have prognostic significance have been discovered. New preclinical models that are being utilized to streamline development of future trials and drugs that come into the clinic have been developed. And then a clinical trial, at least one, has already been completed. This one was with immunotherapy using modified T cells, and I just want to show you an example. It might take a minute to come up, but there have been a number of responses and a number of patients with prolonged stable disease on this trial, even complete responses, which for children who have whose disease has come back after frontline therapy, it's very difficult to treat. So here you see the top photo is a PET scan, and the yellow arrow highlights the lesion, and after one cycle of therapy at the 6th dose level of this trial, there was dramatic regression of the lesion. And the second panel of photos, you can see, I don't know if I have a pointer, maybe I do, but on the top far right-hand panel, there's disease in the bone marrow. And this disease completely regressed, and the patient did not have any subsequent signs of disease on their scan. So this is really, not only did this trial end up in having responses, but it also was the first trial to show that we could give chemotherapy prior to immunotherapy. So CAR T cells, which have made the news and having dramatic impact in children with leukemia, have not realized such success in solid tumors. And part of that is the inherent immune system. And so in this trial, the first part, there was no expansion of the T cells that were infused into the patient when they were done without prior adjuvant therapy. So this was the first trial to show that if we give chemotherapy to decrease the T cells in the body, and this was done with 2 drugs, fludarabine or fludarabine and Cytoxan, that there was successful expansion in T cells and responses that I showed you. So this is really leading to the future directions for subsequent trials of solid tumors in children with cancer, and it will also have an impact on adults with cancer as well. So we also had a similar multi-investigator award for liver tumors. Again, this was the largest scale effort across the world to look at hepatoblastoma as well as hepatocellular carcinoma, rare liver tumors that occur in children. We identified new mutations. We were able to develop new classification systems. And this work is going to go on to be used internationally, serve as the basis for classification, as well as some treatment recommendations for children across the world. So this is all emanated from CPRIT. And then, again, soft tissue sarcoma is another multi-collaborative effort. Been able to identify new genes, develop new models, and these results are translating into clinical trials for children with cancer. And this impact is actually, these classification screens are being incorporated into Children's Oncology Group trials, so those will impact children across the country. And then there's other accomplishments. Some of these I identified last year's, but I just want to highlight the genomic efforts. The genomic work, which is being done by investigators across the state, has gone on to be the basis of personalized medicine trials for pediatric oncology in the Children's Oncology Group. And we expect that that first trial will open later this spring. Last but not least, progress in terms of training. I think training to be able to train the next generation of leaders in the field of pediatric oncology is being facilitated through training grants that CPRIT has made available. And this year, one of the pediatric oncology fellows at UT Health Science Center in San Antonio was funded and will be mentored by Dr. Gail Demler, who is a leader in the field of pediatric oncology. And then the recruitment grants, again, 3 leading investigators from across the country were recruited to various sites in Texas: Houston, University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, Rice University, and then again to San Antonio. So we're very appreciative of the impact that CPRIT has had in terms of the science that is going to emanate from Texas as a result of this funding. So, although we're very appreciative, we have not yet cured every child with cancer, and we do have ongoing needs. And I just want to highlight those. I mean, those haven't changed substantially, but we do need to have continued investigator-initiated research funding. And I think not only the individual investigators, but as I tried to highlight today, the impact of the multi-investigator awards has been phenomenal. The shared facility grants, I didn't talk about the impact that those have had. Hope to be able to do that next year. But investigators across the state are banking tissues, doing preventative surveys, incorporating many, many aspects of science as a result of these core facility grants. And so we're very appreciative of those and think that our impact could be even greater with more shared resources. And then I highlighted the recruitment awards. We would like to continue to recruit leaders to the field, to Texas, and I think that having pediatric-specific recruitment would further enhance our ability to do that. Again, the prevention portfolio through genomics, I think we've learned a lot about childhood cancer and risk that people aren't even aware of. Some cancers that we're now discovering have a familial predisposition. And we have clinics in several of our big centers across the state. And to be able to come together and have a multi-investigator, multi-state effort with regard to prevention would be phenomenal. The product development portfolio, I haven't highlighted that, but again, we're very fortunate to have a couple of companies that are focusing on pediatric specific indications, and we hope that there'll be further progress to report in that area. And then obviously, I think, sorry, I don't have on my glasses. I think the last thing was just to be able to increase the number of pediatric oncologists in the country. And I think we need also, and those that are contributing to the review panels, I think our success has increased. Pediatric oncology is very different than medical oncology, and to be able to have reviewers that specifically understand that, I think would further enhance and increase our success rate. So again, we're very appreciative and want to thank you for your commitment to funding groundbreaking childhood cancer research and prevention programs. It's having a phenomenal impact and will continue to have a profound positive impact for children with cancer and for their families as well. And this impact, as I think I've highlighted, has not only been felt locally, but also nationally and internationally. So on behalf of the committee for childhood and adolescent cancer, our colleagues, and most importantly, our patients and their families, a sincere thank you for your support. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Blaney. We have any questions from our members of the Oversight Committee? Dr. Rosenfeld?
One quick comment. I want to congratulate you on your excellent choice of including Stan Goldman in your group.
Well, we're very happy to have our expanded committee, and they're already participating and have made great input and suggestions. So thank you for approving their membership.
And Dr. Blaney, thank you for joining us today, and thank you and your colleagues. I know every one of you has a very busy day job,
yes.
And for you to make the commitment of time and to support the CPRIT in our work is just valued so highly by us, and we know by the people of the state of Texas. So please communicate our appreciation to your colleagues for their
I definitely will. As you might imagine, we're all very passionate about what we do, and we're very excited that you've been able to catalyze our efforts in doing that.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'd like to recognize that Mr. Margo has joined the meeting. We're going to continue to move out of order. The chair now would like to recognize Dr. Wilson to introduce Mary Ann Ottinger, and Dr. Ottinger will present the annual report of the University Advisory Committee.
Thank you. And again, to state the importance of these advisory committees, the University Advisory Committee is the body which we as staff interact with before we bring to you recommendations for priorities, review the RFAs set that we bring forward. And so I'm greatly appreciative of Dr. Ottinger's leadership of this committee over the last several years. She is the Associate Vice Chancellor at the University of Houston system and the Associate Vice President for Research at the University of Houston.
Good morning almost, and standing between you and lunch. So first of all, I want to thank you very much for having us here to present, for us to be able to give you advice and to give you our thoughts. You have our report in front of you, and what I want to do is just cover really some of the high points and be ready to answer questions. So as you know, we have a certain kind of format that we've been following with you over the last few years that covers the initiatives, our recommendations, and then our comments on program progress. And what we'd like to do is just reiterate what our colleagues have already said, which is that CPRIT is a critical catalyst. In Texas, we feel very, very fortunate to have the ability to have the program, CPRIT program, to study the mechanisms, to develop solutions, to look at interventions, and to see what the efficacy of these interventions would be, as well as to look at highly promising technologies and products. So that from our perspective, the recruitment grants remain very, very high priority, very highly successful. We are very appreciative of the CPRIT office. It's been a year of transition, and with Dr. Wilson, that has gone extremely smoothly, and we've been very, very happy to be able to interface with him and the CPRIT staff to be able to move and continue to move forward in a very, very fast manner and very successful manner. So it's an interactive approach that's worked very, very well. The submission rates were very robust, meaning a high level of interest, high level of engagement of our researchers in the state of Texas. And as you know, the funding rates vary with mechanism. We're looking at that. We're looking at ways to engage across the state of Texas to have our colleagues be able to move the science and the intervention and the treatments forward. Our recommendations include the following. We're very supportive of innovative clinical trials that incorporate translational studies. And that, of course, is predicated on involving the pertinent biological and molecular correlates that are needed so that we understand optimal treatment efficacy and accelerate the production of these treatments. We would like to promote greater interaction between the product development program and the research community, and that will enhance the effectiveness of the early translational research awards. And then the new RFA released in January of 2017, focusing on translational research, specifically the clinical trials and new treatment strategies, particularly those with biomarkers. We're very supportive of that, and that's an excellent step forward. With outcome metrics, you know, we've been looking at this over the last year, and my colleague gave a beautiful presentation showing very specific metrics that are very highly indicative of success and progress, including publications, data on treatment efficacies, as well as economic impacts with successful interventions and treatments and education, and other potential measures that we will continue to develop and look at. And you know that we are all developing within our own institutions metrics that will provide to you more specific information that will continue to push this effort forward. We would like to and compliment Dr. Wilson on outreach to additional institutions and stakeholders across Texas, and that should be continued to be encouraged. And as I mentioned earlier, there are many metrics that then bring in our colleague partner institutions from Texas, other Texas universities. The impacts on underserved populations should be considered a key component determining the efficacy of our translational science. Additional collaborations and outcome metrics, collaborations through core facilities have been extremely successful and are a very key aspect of optimizing not only the catalyzing of new and interactive science and interventions, but also having our investigators in close contact so that they can share their findings and push science and interventions and products ahead more quickly. And then we need to educate our stakeholders. That remains critical. That remains something we're focused on. Beyond the publications and the write-ups that highlight our outcomes, we need to be able to translate and share that information effectively. In terms of program progress, we believe things are moving along very, very well, and the researchers are extremely appreciative of CPRIT and the interaction with the CPRIT office. We know that the staff have been getting out there to many institutions. Again, that's critical, much appreciated, and very key to good interactions across the state and across all our institutions and our researchers. We enthusiastically support programs in prevention and early detection research, and those include the computational biology, the childhood cancers, and the cancers that are particularly found in the state of Texas. We are very supportive of the Oversight Committee's priorities and completely in tune with that, with also the continued attention to factors such as environmental factors that we all know play a part. And, you know, areas of community, areas that we can prevent and provide education for prevention remain very, very key to our approach. The academic research RFA and the prospective timeline is reasonable, and the priorities for sound fiscal management are met through this. And finally, the graphic that you have showing the recruitment impact illustrates the reach and the breadth and the depth of the program. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ottinger. Questions from the members of the Oversight Committee? Dr. Rosenbill.
Just a quick question. Thank you for your presentation.
Certainly.
Is the amount of, on the grants, is the amount of paperwork that the academic researchers have to reply to CPRIT, is it reasonable? Is it more than NIH, less than NIH? How, is it overbearing? How, is it okay? How would you quantitate it?
So I'm not prepared to give you a one-to-one comparison for, you know, let's say NCI versus CPRIT paperwork. I would answer in a slightly different way, if you would allow that, and that is that there's a concerted effort nationally, statewide, to reduce administrative burden at all levels. And the driver for that is really a National Academies study, where, again, through many of these studies, 40 to 50%, somewhere, the number has been 42% of an investigator's time of, cents on the dollar is spent towards administration, and we would like to reduce that. So not being able to really directly answer on a one-to-one basis how does CPRIT paperwork compare to, let's say, NCI, but taking it from a different vantage point, anything we can do to streamline the process. For example, at my home institution, I'm involved in final report, looking at them and seeing if I understand it, if I feel that our investigators have really presented the key findings so that then that could come to you and be of most use and pertinent to the state of Texas. So I'm not really answering your question, but the basic answer is whatever we can do to reduce administrative burden, but provide what is required and essential and appropriate, we will work with you to try to do that.
Is your committee going to file a report on recommendations on how to streamline the paperwork for CPRIT?
We can certainly work with Dr. Wilson in his office to look at that. We have not dealt with that particular area, but if that's something we should consider this year, we'll be glad to do so.
Dr. Ottinger, you said 42%?
Yeah, so Federal Demonstration Partnership is a National Academies organization, and they've been running studies of administrative burden over the last 10 to 12 years. The number, the 42%, came up in their first survey, and it goes out nationally to many, many investigators. The reasons for those burdens differed 8 or 10 years ago. It was rerun about 3 years ago, and again came up at 42%, primarily in the areas of compliance and paperwork for compliance. And that spans everything from IRB to budget to, processes within house. And so a National Academies Committee was appointed to look at that. They did a study, and that's led to a report that I can certainly forward to Dr. Wilson that's available. And it comes up with some solutions, primarily at the national level, to deal with this, which then is transmitted through the agencies. So everybody's very well aware of this. We're all grappling with how to deal with it and be responsive and accountable in an appropriate manner as needed.
Thank you very much. Any other? Dr. Rice?
Dr. Ottinger, thank you again for your leadership and for your work
Absolutely.
here. I had a question a couple slides back. You've written, educating stakeholders remains critical, and I wondered, which stakeholders do you mean?
Well, I was specifically thinking of, but I can answer that in a couple of different ways. First of all, some of our stakeholders are our researchers, and I was emphasizing the fact that we all need to be very interactive, and we perhaps need to make sure that we bring in institutions that aren't currently, let's say, on the UAC, but bring them into working with us so that we have more interaction across the research community. And that's where the core grants come in. That's where a lot of other kinds of things that CPRIT does brings us together, and that's a very critical area. But the other thing is really, and it's best illustrated by the prevention program, educating the stakeholders in the state. What can we do to prevent some of these cancers? How can we affect lifestyle? How can we actually then, if a person does have cancer, how can we help you deal with this in the most effective, most life-promoting way? So I was actually alluding to two different kinds of stakeholders, both of which CPRIT is dealing with.
Ms. Mitchell.
Hey, on one of your slides, you talk about impacts on underserved populations should be considered. Can you explain that somewhat?
Well, that has, again, a couple of different implications. One is that across Texas, we know that there's tremendous variations in the types of cancer that are more prevalent in Texas, and we know this already. But we also know that in some of the underserved populations, there may be a higher propensity to have those cancers. Some of them may be, you know, not as early detection. Some of them may be due to lifestyle, environment. You know, there are lots of underlying reasons. For us in Houston, we also have a lot to do with underserved communities, and we're very well aware and working actively with them in both a prevention way as well as a how do you get the appropriate treatment and what's available to you. So in that way, not only treatment and what's available to those populations, but also education and preventive programs become important. Am I answering your question?
Well, when you're talking about translational science.
Correct.
So I'm not sure if you're talking about finding new methods of treatment or you're finding ways to communicate with underserved populations. I'm not sure what you mean by saying the efficacy of translational science to serve underserved populations.
Okay, that actually specifically means, can we find more ways to translate the research findings into interventions and products that then we can apply to all populations across Texas, but that some of the most needy are actually some of our underserved populations. So it's actually combining several different ideas. Does that address what you're, but it's really going to what can we do to help all the populations, but particularly some of those that we know aren't maybe getting what they need, and some of that is due to the fact maybe they don't know, but it's translating the science into the products that really have the greatest impact.
Is that a particular kind of cancer? I mean,
pardon me?
Is that a particular kind of cancer, the underserved populations, or?
It was more of a general statement, and I'm not quite sure.
No, you've answered the question.
Okay. But it's basically meeting the needs of those that we've seen that have some unmet needs. There wasn't a particular type of cancer in mind. We know there are higher probabilities of some types. It was more being able to address their needs and get interventions and therapies out there that will be effective. And so that's where it was
That
really
makes more sense
going.
to me. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mitchell. Any other questions? Dr. Ottinger, thank you so much for your presentation today, and you and your colleagues for all the many hours and the work that you put in to serve on the advisory board. I appreciate it very much. Going to continue to jump around on our agenda just to keep our presenters on their toes. I'd now like to call on Mr. Burgess for the Chief Compliance Officer report.
Good morning. You are keeping me on my toes. Thank you. You will find my compliance program report behind tab 4 in your book. And as part of that report, we provided a grantee report monitoring table, and that's 4-4. You can take a look at that. There continues to be a downward trend in the delinquent reporting. As you can see at the bottom of that table, we annually receive about 6,800 reports, and that's about 570 a month. And so we've determined that a 5% threshold would be tolerable for us, although we do expect 100% compliance. And that would be about 28 a month. So we had the last couple of months a little bit of a spike, 20 reports in December and 18 delinquent reports in January, and those represent 3.5% and 3.2% respectively. Some possible reasons for that: in December, a lot of staff, grantee staff, were on vacation and holidays, and so there's no allotment, no excuse in our grants management system to report late. And also in January, a lot of those reports were due on a Sunday. And again, currently there's no mechanism in our grants management system to allow for next business day. So if they're not due, in the grants management system by the due date, our report is late. But again, we feel like that is still an acceptable level of a structural noncompliance issue. And again, we continue to work with our grantees. We meet weekly internally. We look at the report. We reach out to grantees. If there are issues, sometimes there are grants management system issues that we have to submit help desk tickets for. Maybe a report's not populating correctly. So we definitely try to be proactive with our grantees. We are also continuing implementation of our grants monitoring plan. We performed 11 desk reviews in January and 2 on-site reviews. Year to date, we've done 77 desk reviews and 4 on-site reviews. And of those we've performed this fiscal year, we found that about 64% of those reviews have had at least one finding. And the top findings are delinquent reporting. And so when we go on site or do a desk review and those reports are not submitted timely, that is a finding in the desk review, and then we require a response from the grantee detailing how they're going to attempt to address that deficiency moving forward. Also, we developed an oversight committee training, as you are all aware. This online training covered the Code of Conduct and Ethics, a section on gifts, the conflict of interest policy, non-disclosure agreement, and a lot of work went into that. Kudos to our staff attorney, Cameron Eckel, and our IT manager, Terry Simeon, for their assistance with that project. And all OC members completed that training by the due date. So, and then lastly, we scheduled a grantee training webinar for March 9th. This training is the first in a series that will be offered to grantees. It'll cover administrative rule changes, grantee reporting requirements, and we will specifically address the findings that we have found, in our desk reviews and on-site reviews. We try to target our training to those findings. This training is in support of the annual compliance training requirement that requires the authorized signing official, which is the ASO, and at least one other grantee staff to attend a training each year. And as I reported back in November, it starts over November 1st of every year, and this past year, all of our grantees met that requirement, so the cycle starts again. And that's all that I have for my report. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any questions? Dr. Rice?
Do you direct desk reviews at those that seem to have a propensity for having late reports, or how does that work?
Our grants monitoring plan, we perform a risk assessment prior to the beginning of the fiscal year, and we look at financial exposure, entity maturity, and other factors, and we run each active grant through a fairly sophisticated algorithm, and it produces priority 1, 2, and 3. And And so priority 1s would receive an on-site review, and priority 2s and 3s would receive a desk review. If there continues to be ongoing issues with a grantee, we would offer an on-site review for those. This year, we also implemented a process where if a grantee showed up year after year as our priority 3, and so they would really never get an on-site review, we determined that could present some risk. And so we, beginning this year, a third of all of those priority 3s will receive an on-site as well. We felt that was prudent and represented due diligence on our end, even though you show up as a number that may not warrant an on-site. If you never received an on-site review, that could present some risks. So,
thank you. Questions? Dr. Rosenfeld.
Vince, on figure 4.4,
yes,
there's a dotted brown line. What is that?
that shows the overall trend line.
Is that a first order regression line?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, again, I thought it was important to back up to show you back to September of 15, the overall trend. We are cognizant of the fact that the last 2 months there's been a slight bump and increase. And again, we're working to address that. We still feel like with the 20 and the 18, you can see December year over year was down a bit. 18 was, January was a bit up, but they still represent what we feel like is a tolerable level of delinquent reporting.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Appreciate it. Keeping with the pattern of not following any obvious pattern, I'd like to now move to item 10, and there really is a method to this approach, but I'd like to recognize Mr. Lang to provide the product development research program update.
We're going to go into closed session.
Yeah, and after this, we will go into closed session.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. So thank you very much. I was just going to say, listening to all the prior presenters just reminds us how we at CPRIT are facilitators, and at the various service providers and institutions and companies, that's obviously where the real work is performed and where progress is being made. So we're obviously happy to play our role as facilitators of these wonderful organizations. I'm going to present the product development report for the product development program. We probably have 3 items we want to address. I'll provide a brief overview of the program status. There'll be a discussion of a couple of policy changes that we're going to recommend, and there's some contract issues. I understand those will be taken up in closed sessions. So, as been our program over the last several years, we do 2 RFAs annually. So as we speak today, we're basically in the process of closing one out and starting another one. Cycle 2017, cycle 1 is just being closed out. When that RFA was posted 6-ish months ago, there were 25 proposals received. 8 of those were recommended for the on-site peer review meetings, and of those, 3 of them were recommended for the due diligence process. We completed our standard due diligence process on those 3, and and provided that information to the Product Development Review Committee. They are not recommending any of those 3 for awards at this time. So that basically closes the book on cycle 2017 cycle 1. And then 2017 cycle 2 is that RFA was issued early in the year. It was open most of January and closed several days ago. We've just so that's just been closed out. We've received 20 applications for that, and obviously that review process will now commence. And any of those applications that are deemed appropriate for award would probably be taken to this body at the August meeting. So that's the program overview. In terms of, I'll stop here, ask us any questions. We have two policy changes that we'd like the Oversight Committee to consider. The first refers to our royalty terms, our repayment terms. So, you know, some years back, CPRIT's Oversight Committee adopted standard royalty rates, and that certainly makes sense. However, we apply those across various different industry sectors. You know, we have made funding awards in product development, obviously, to pharmaceutical and therapeutics companies, to medical device companies, to diagnostics companies, and also companies that provide specialized services. And across those different industries, profit margins vary widely. Pharmaceuticals are among the highest profit margins of any industry, roughly 20%. But for example, the diagnostics industry has much lower profit margins. And so because we have standard terms and we apply those across a range of different industries, we're differentially attractive to these industries. And that's evidenced by the type of applicants we receive and the type of awards we've made. You know, the preponderance of our applicants are therapeutics or drugs. The preponderance of our awards, over 90% of our awards are in the drug sector. And the reason for that is because the way we've structured our royalty program, we're most attractive to that sector, and proportionately less attractive to other sectors. So what we're proposing is keeping the exact same structure in terms of our royalty program, but varying the rates for the non-therapeutic sector. So for therapeutic, we'd keep the same structure that we have today, which is a stepped royalty 3 to 4 to 5%, and then after 4x repayment, that royalty drops to 0.5%. We'd keep that same general structure, but for the other sectors, devices, diagnostics, and services, which all have significantly lower profit margins, we would drop that to a 2.5% royalty until 2.5 times repayment is made of the award. And again, at that time, it would drop to 0.5%. We think that will make our programs sort of equally attractive or similarly attractive across different industry sectors, and hopefully encourage more participation by these other sectors. In general, these other sectors will have, you know, lower investment requirements, faster time to market, and higher probabilities of their technologies entering the market. So we think it's going to be attractive for our industries as well as for CPRIT as well. So we would ask the board to consider that change. It's on page 7.9 is the modified term sheet that incorporates these changes.
If I could, I'd like you to present both of your proposals, and then we will entertain motions after you've concluded both of them.
Sure. The second proposal has to do with has to do specifically with repeat applicants and the amount of matching funds that are required. The vast majority of our awards have been to first-time applicants, and those companies are required to raise $1 in match for every $2 in CPRIT funding, or we'll call it 50% match. To date, we've made 3 awards to companies that have already received awards, so we'll call those second awardees. Second awardees, by definition, are going to be much later in the development program and are going to be larger, more sustained enterprises. They're going to have greater capital needs. And so for a variety of reasons, we're recommending, but for those reasons, they're later stage companies, they have more resources, and they have greater capital needs. We're recommending that for second awards, that the matching requirements be changed to $1 per dollar. So for every $1 in CPRIT award that they received, they would be required to raise $1 in matching funds instead of 50 cents in matching funds. Again, everything else remains similar. similar, except we would implement this for any future legacy awardees.
Thank you. Before we go to just questions or comments from the whole Oversight Committee, I'd like to ask the chair of the Product Development Committee to speak to these two proposals, and I know they've both been considered by your committee.
Thank you. Yes, these both the proposals have had extensive discussions at our meetings, and we think they're very appropriate and would recommend that they be passed.
Thank you, Dr. Rosenfeld. Other questions or comments? Mr. Montgomery.
Just curious, why are the trigger mechanisms for dropping the amount of payments at 4 and 2.5? Why are they different?
You know, the most important number is not the royalty rate. It's the terminate. It's when the royalty drops. So that's the key number that companies will assess as they look at a CPRIT award and determine, you know, its relative attractiveness vis-a-vis other funding sources they have available. So we've tried to structure this. So the key number to change is the cap, the 4x or 2.5 times cap.
Right, and I just wonder why they're different. Why wouldn't it be 4 for both or 2.5 for both? Why is there a?
Well, the rationale for the specific proposal was to basically look at the return on investment for our return on investment or our customers, our awardees' cost of capital, because they're the same different sides of the same question, and I ran various scenarios to try to make those more or less equivalent across the different industry sectors with, again, widely disparate profit margins. So as I ran those numbers, you can move them around a little bit, but those seem to provide, you know, reasonably equivalent returns and cost of capital.
Yeah, I think maybe my question is not good. In therapeutics, it's 4 times. Once they repay 4 times, the royalty drops. In diagnostics, it's 2.5.
Yeah.
So is there a difference in those two industries? That
demonstrably. I mean, in therapeutics or drugs, you know, you've got a 20% profit margins. In diagnostics, your profit margin is about 7%. So, you know, if you just say, if you had a 4% royalty.
Yeah, would kill their profits.
Yeah, if you have a 4% royalty, that's 1/5 of the profits of a drug. But it's 2/3 of the profits of a diagnostic. And so that's why we have to make these adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Any other questions or comments? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the new revenue sharing terms for devices, diagnostics, services, and other programs as presented by Mr. Lang.
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I will now entertain a motion to approve the policy for increased matching fund requirements for repeat grantees as presented by Mr. Lang.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. At this time, thank you, Mr. Lang. At this time, the Oversight Committee will move into closed session to take up agenda items 10, 19, and 20. We will go into closed session to discuss an ongoing compliance investigation pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 120.2631 and pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act Section 551.071 to consult with the General Counsel. Consultation with counsel will also include legal advice regarding agenda item 10. Oversight Committee members will move to the anteroom at this time to convene in closed session. The following CPRIT staff shall join the committee in the closed session: Mr. Roberts, Ms. Doyle, Mr. Lang, and Mr. Burgess. The time is 12:55. Council advises me that we will follow the agenda when we get back. after closed session. The Oversight Committee has 2 action items to take up at this time, and the chair recognized Mr. Lang to briefly describe the proposed contract amendment for product development project ID number RP 110508 and DP 160057. These are the awards for Bellicum Pharmaceuticals.
Thank you. The first one is a contract renegotiation with Bellicum Pharmaceuticals. And just by way of context, Bellicum is a company to which we've made 2 awards. One award was made several years back under revenue sharing terms that were in effect at that time. The second award was made more recently under our standard revenue sharing terms. And for a variety of reasons, mostly the convenience of the company and CPRIT, and to avoid long-term confusion, what we've agreed to do is basically aggregate both of the awards and apply the standard revenue sharing terms. So in summary.
Just to be clear, aggregate the total amount of the
Correct,
awards.
yes. So the aggregated total award amount of the 2 awards would be combined into the current contract, and our standard revenue sharing terms would apply to that.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Lang or for the Product Development Subcommittee? If there are none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendment for the Bellicum contracts as presented by Mr. Lang. So moved. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Mr. Lang, please present the proposed contract amendment for product development project ID number CP120038. This is the award contract with Fujifilm Diosynth Biotechnologies.
Again, similarly, we're presenting a proposed contract modification for Oversight Committee review. This is a somewhat different situation. Again, some years back, we provided an award to a spin-out from Texas A&M, at that time called Kalon. They're a manufacturing company, a contract manufacturer of specialty pharmaceuticals. Over many years, their situation has evolved. They've been a minority portion of them has been acquired by Fuji Pharmaceuticals, a much larger, international firm. Our original award did not contain a royalty repayment. It was structured very differently because of the nature of this contract manufacturer. It provided for repayment through discounts to be offered to CPRIT awardees and Texas institutions. For a variety of reasons, that's not been shown to be a process that's working well for any of the parties. So we've been in negotiations with the company, and what's emerged is a different or a proposed different royalty structure whereby the company would pay CPRIT a royalty and then offer discounts to or offer that royalty when royalties are earned on Texas-based companies or Texas institutions, they would be credited differentially from non-Texas institutions. This has the effect of providing a return to CPRIT, similar to our current standard structure of royalty-based return, but similarly incentivizing the company to continue to reach out and collaborate and work with and provide support to the Texas institutions.
All right, are any questions for Mr. Lang or the Product Development Subcommittee? If there are none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed amendment for the Fujifilm Diosynth contract as presented by Mr. Lang. Got a motion and a second. All in favor, please vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. The Oversight Committee will take no further action on items discussed in closed session at this time. And now we are going to item number 6 on the agenda, tab 3, the Chief Executive Officer report. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to try and move very quickly. If for some reason you can't follow what I'm...
Mr. Roberts, you make sure your mic is on.
I'm going to try and move very quickly. If at any point you want me to clarify something that I've said, please stop me and I will be happy to. First of all, very quickly, let me thank the coordinating board for allowing us to use these facilities. The first item I'd like to bring to your attention is an update on legislative activities. As has been reported previously, we did have our Senate Finance Committee hearing on February the 1st. It was short and appeared to go well. We are scheduled on February the 22nd to have our budget hearing with the House Appropriations Committee Subcommittee on Article 1. And at this point, I'd like to mention that at the request of the chair, I have prepared a letter for y'all's consideration for signature that would add emphasis to our budget request to the state budget writers.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, and I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the letter that he has prepared. It was circulated to all the members of the Oversight Committee in advance of the meeting today. But before I do, I just would like to acknowledge the outstanding work of Mr. Roberts and his team in providing information, keeping the legislature informed up to and through these early days of the legislative session. Much of the credit for CPRIT being where it is and in the good standing we find ourselves today has been the result of that work with the legislature so that they understand what CPRIT's doing. They understand the reforms that have been put in place and the diligence that the Oversight Committee and Mr. Roberts and all of his team apply in ensuring that we live up to the legislature's expectations. So we're off to a very good start with the legislature, and I want to commend Mr. Roberts for that and his team. You all have seen this letter. If anyone has any questions about it, there's an opportunity to discuss it. After we've had discussion, I'd like to consider a motion to approve signing it and then circulate it among the Oversight Committee. So we'll actually execute the letter today if the Oversight Committee approves it.
So moved.
Got a motion?
Second.
And a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, motion is approved, and I will begin the circulation of the letter, and Mr. Roberts will continue with his presentation.
Yes. You will also recall from previous discussions that we have sunset bills, companion bills in the House and the Senate to extend CPRIT's sunset date from 21 to 23, along with the general operations bill that covers several topics. Most importantly is giving us the ability to work with the Texas Treasury Safekeeping Trust Company. Both of those bills have been referred to the Oversight Committee in each House. In the Senate, it's gone to the Senate Health and Human Services Committee. In the House, it's gone to House Public Health. At this point, no hearings have been scheduled, though I would expect them to be heard sometime within the next 2 weeks. Moving on, I've also sent out a notice to you a week or so ago, and it has been reported in the press that the American Cancer Society, Mary, have you passed out the poll? The American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network conducted a professional poll concerning several points related to CPRIT and cancer research. It's very similar to a poll that was done 2 years ago. It is very favorable with respect to the public believing that it is more important to fund cancer research through an entity such as CPRIT than to save the money, with a 74% agreeing to that. Again, there are other questions in there. The full poll is being passed out to you so that you can see it, but we certainly appreciate the public's indication of support through this poll. On February the 7th, the Texas Healthcare and Biosciences Institute had its annual summit. One of their legislative priorities is to support CPRIT and its legislative agenda and funding. And on February the 8th, a number of representatives from that entity walked the halls of the Capitol speaking in favor of us. I really call to your attention this because Representative Forprice did a big shout out for CPRIT during his remarks, as did Governor Abbott in his opening statement to the group. So that was quite positive. Shifting back to personnel update, at the present time, we have 3 vacancies on staff. They are all grant accountant positions that work for Heidi McConnell. You might recall that Governor Abbott, during his State of the State, placed a freeze on state agency hiring. This would affect these personnel that we were, as a matter of fact, in the process of interviewing. We have stopped that process. We believe that we have a solid case to justify the need for those positions. Very specifically, we had asked and gotten legislative approval for these positions in order to address state auditors' findings from the January 2013 state audit, and not having these positions, though it would not cripple our oversight process, it would certainly slow it down and not have a positive effect. We are also going to be requesting authority to enter into specific contracts in support of our information technology operations. This letter, I hope we ought to be able to get out late this week or early next week, and I've got my fingers crossed that we have a sufficient case. The next item here, I had hoped to pass out our 26th annual report. It is completed, but we were unable to get you hard copies of the final draft. We should be able to get those into the mail to you Friday or Monday at the latest, so that you can have copies of that document. Kudos to Becky Garcia, Chris Cutrone, the entire staff on getting that document done. It is a statutory requirement, and it is a document that I'm quite proud of. Behind my report on the tab, on page 3-3 is our annual report to you on the merit and progress of our 3 programs. I'm not going to rehash this. The memo is there, but I think there's some very interesting metrics that to consider here that are very positive. Bottom line is I believe that all 3 of our programs continue to show progress in merit in fiscal 2016, and no significant modifications. I had some things I really wanted to highlight, but in interest of time, I'll go ahead and not do that unless you wish me to do it. It's all there in writing. On page 3-9 is the report you've seen before on grant awards, funds that are available. If you do approve the awards that are being brought to you today, there is sufficient funding for them, and it will leave us with a balance of $143.2 million available for your May and August meetings. So this is tracking all right. There's nothing of alarm here. It's just you have enough money to do what the staff's bringing to you today. Very last, I've reported to you previously about a project. I've called it the Significance Report. This is where we've asked each of our closed grantees to identify in almost so many words, what did you study, what did you learn, and what is the significance of your work to the taxpayers of the state of Texas. This is going to be a document that is going to be continuously updated, so we probably aren't going to make that many hard copies of it, but we do intend to post it on our website. I have a copy of it here today, and again, this is a compilation of reports that have been worked on for the better part of the last 8 or 9 months. And again, kudos to Dr. Garcia and her team who led that project, though, of course, Dr. Wilson and his staff and Mike Lang and his staff have also had significant contributions in that report. I've rushed through there. I hope I haven't omitted anything. If I did, I'll write you a memo.
Thanks, Mr. Roberts. Any questions of Mr. Roberts? Thank you very much. We're now going to move to the report by the Chief Scientific Officer, number 8 on your agenda. The chair recognizes Dr. Wilson to provide his report. Dr. Wilson will also introduce the PICS grant award recommendations.
Thank you. To introduce the award recommendations for your review today, I thought that it would be informative to look back at the impact of the CPRIT recruitment program to Texas and Texans. And this is a brief report, but I believe it's something that all of you will share a tremendous amount of pride in. Recall that the CPRIT Scholars Program was inspired by Dr. Al Gilman and implemented so successfully predecessor, Dr. Margaret Kripke. It's unique to Texas and indeed is the envy of the rest of the country. National headlines speak to that, and I particularly like the one in the middle titled "The Texas Brain Gain," where the quotation ends, "The resources from CPRIT will make it possible to do things in Texas that are difficult or impossible to do most other places." And indeed, over the past 5 years, 123 outstanding CPRIT scholars are now in Texas, many from across the United States and international sites. You'll recall that the CPRIT recruits come in a number of different forms, including established investigators of eminent cancer researchers, cancer investigators who were at the inflection point of their career. We call them rising stars, come to you for approval. And of those 167, the 123 that have accepted represent about a 75% acceptance rate. This is an amazing acceptance rate for such a strong group of recruits, and really speaks to the impact of the enabling amount of resources that come with the CPRIT Scholar Award, as well as, I think, the perception across the country that Texas is really building significant commitments to Howard Hughes Medical Institute investigators, to NCI outstanding investigators, and then a significant number of recent accolades representing national recognition of importance. And I'll just point out a couple and then refer to several in a moment. The Stand Up to Cancer Dream Team Immunologic Cancer Therapy was a $10 million award to Drs. Allison and Cassian Yee, both CPRIT scholars at MD Anderson, and really recognizes, I think, what all of you are already aware of, the importance of the immunologic oncology breakthroughs that they have brought to Texas, and really establishing in Houston a center for true international excellence in this important area of cancer research. And at the very bottom, you see reference to follow-on funding to these CPRIT scholars, now approaching almost $200 million in awards that are from peer-reviewed grants from outside of Texas. So this is in addition to their CPRIT scholar awards. And this, of course, is something that is going to continue to grow over many decades into the future. So I think a significant benchmark of important accomplishment. Now, to bring back to you some of the individuals who you've already approved as CPRIT scholars to help make the following 2 points. The first is that in addition to their individual programs, these CPRIT scholars, particularly those on the top row, have catalyzed within Texas something much bigger that's impacting on Texans. So I've already mentioned Dr. James Allison from MD Anderson and his impact in building access to immunologic oncology trials that just weren't available before, and quite important accomplishments. Next to him is Dr. Sean Morrison, recruited from Michigan to UT Southwestern to lead the Children's Medical Center at UT Southwestern Research Institute, a $100 million from philanthropy enterprise to build childhood research with a major focus in cancer. Next to him is Dr. Matthew Ellis. Dr. Ellis was recruited from Washington University to Baylor to lead the breast cancer program there, and it was last year recognized by the American Society of Clinical Oncology with the Bonadonna Breast Award, America's highest award for clinical accomplishment in breast cancer. Professor Nicolau is a chemist recruited from Scripps to Rice, won the Wolf Prize last year. The Wolf Prize is an international recognition in chemistry, a harbinger of the Nobel Prize in chemistry. And this work recognizes his contribution to synthesizing cancer drugs, one of which, Taxol, has been one of the most important drugs available in our armamentarium. But even more than that, as I'll mention later in the recruitment review, he's built a cancer chemistry environment at Rice, which is interacting across the Texas Medical Center. And then the most recent CPRIT scholar is Dr. Mara Gillison. Dr. Gillison will arrive next month at MD Anderson. She, in addition to her CPRIT Scholar Award, was elected to the National Academy of Medicine last fall in recognition of her contributions to understanding the role of HPV virus in head and neck cancer, a completely transforming discovery, which is now being translated into novel therapies for this disease that she's going to bring to Texas and MD Anderson. Now, this isn't restricted to just the usual suspects of cancer research in Texas at MD Anderson or UT Southwestern. The CPRIT scholars are populating across our state academic medical centers seeds of cancer leadership that's really quite compelling. Dr. Eckert just arrived at UT Austin to lead is the inaugural director for the Livestrong Cancer Institutes. Dr. Eckert is an eminent clinical investigator and will bring that expertise to Austin. Professor Hood is a chemist who now leads a major chemistry effort in cancer at Baylor University. Professor McKeon is a cancer cell biologist recruited from Harvard to the University of Houston and has set up in that institution a nidus, if you will, or a seed for important cancer research, which is emanating through that institution. Similarly, Dr. Kevin Pruitt at Texas Tech Health Science Center in Lubbock, recruited as an eminent cancer scholar from Johns Hopkins, is doing the same thing in Lubbock. And then finally, recent recruit to UT Arlington, Dr. Mark Pellegrino, who's coming from Memorial Sloan Kettering. And it was very fun to read about Dr. Pellegrino's recruitment in a recent article about UT Arlington's emergence as a Carnegie Tier 1 institution, referencing their appreciation to CPRIT in helping them to build their cancer research program, which has had a significant component of that reaching that Tier 1 level. So I bring these to you as just a brief review of some of the impact of this scholars program in sort of forecasting, if you will, the 5 nominations that I'm now going to tell you about. And they are listed on page 8 of the Grants Award. These nominations were in response to RFA for Established Investigator and for First-Time Tenure Track, and there were 3 established investigators. The first is Pierre Polisi. Dr. Polisi is being has been nominated by MD Anderson. He is currently at the European Institute of Oncology in Milan and is a recognized leader in hematopoietic malignancy treatment with stem cell, hematopoietic stem cells, bone marrow transplant. He will be the inaugural chair at the Department of Hematopoietic Biology and Malignancy at MD Anderson, and particularly important in bringing together the translational research program that he will organize with what is the largest leukemia care program in the nation, which is located at MD Anderson. So a very exciting recruitment. And as you see, our Scientific Review Council rated his evaluation score as a 1, which is the highest level of enthusiasm. In addition is the nomination again from MD Anderson of Gerard Evan. Dr. Evan is currently at Cambridge Cancer Center. He has a very eminent career in the discovery and application of understanding of what we call oncogenes, the genetic alterations that drive the growth of cancers. And he will take on a research program at MD Anderson, and again, was very highly enthusiastically rated by our SRC program. And then finally, in the established investigator category, Dr. Yair Reisner, a scientist who studies the hematopoietic stem cell and its use in hematopoietic transplantation, bone marrow transplants. Dr. Reisner is being nominated by MD Anderson and comes from the Weizmann Institute in Israel. You see a theme here. The MD Anderson seems to be recruiting the eminent oncologists from the other continent, and it's quite an amazing slate. If I may continue, then 2 first-time tenure-track faculty member nominations. The first is Matabushi. Dr. Matabushi is being nominated by UT Southwestern. He comes from MIT, is a cancer biologist that studies the genomic stability and particularly these chromosomal translocations that typify prostate cancer, and is planning to collaborate with UT Southwestern prostate cancer experts. And then finally, Dr. Han Zhao. Dr. Zhao is nominated by Rice University, comes from Stanford, and is a chemist who has developed during his postdoctoral time the ability to manipulate antibodies in a very elegant way to give more precision to delivering such treatments such as the immunologic checkpoint inhibitors. What's exciting about this recruitment is that, again, I mentioned earlier the building at Rice of a cancer chemistry environment that's now interacting across the the Texas Medical Center. Dr. Zhao has developed plans to interact with Dr. Malcolm Brennan and Dr. Allison at MD Anderson and Baylor, respectively, to take the design of these novel antibodies to actually improve on the therapeutics that Dr. Brennan and Allison are actually carrying out in the clinical setting. So the kind of synergies that we all dream about having to happen. So those 5 nominations, 3 in the category of Established Investigator for $6 million each, and 2 in the first-time tenure track category for $2 million are complete my presentation of award recommendations.
Thanks, Dr. Wilson. Any questions for Dr. Wilson?
Just a
Dr.
quick,
Rosenfeld.
thank you, Jim. Very impressive. On your national news, the one I really liked was the quote by the New York Times.
Yes.
It's not too often you get the New York Times to say something nice about Texas.
Yes, agreed.
I'm not sure they meant it with kindness.
That's what was my thought.
I'm giving him the benefit of this.
And thank you for pulling together that information, the presentation at the beginning, because we tend to see these slates piecemeal, and for you to aggregate it and present it in a way where we can really appreciate the profound impact of the CPRS work over the years. It really is makes a powerful statement about the importance of the work, and helps us all to appreciate it and do a better job of telling the story. Any other questions? Mr. Burgess, would our Chief Compliance Officer will provide his compliance certification report for the proposed awards at this time. And he's also going to address the prevention program awards at the same time and kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. You can find my complete compliance certification on page 33 of the grant awards booklet. Memo is dated February 1st, and this was made available to you in the portal. As part of the compliance certification, we review supporting documentation for each peer review and review council meeting. This documentation includes our compliance pedigree, and as you may recall, that process documents each step along the way from the program officer approval of the RFA all the way through oversight committee approval. Supporting documentation also includes third-party observer reports provided by a contracted independent third party, conflict of interest forms and sign-out sheets, as well as attendance sheets. I also attended the Program Integration Committee as an observer, and I confirmed that review process complied with CPRIT statute and administrative rules. Having reviewed the supporting documentation and conferred with CPRIT staff as well as SRA staff, that's CPRIT's third-party grants administrator, I'm satisfied that the application review process for the 2 academic research mechanisms and the 3 prevention mechanisms recommended by the Program Integration Committee followed applicable laws and agency administrative rules, and I certify these award recommendations for the Oversight Committee's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any questions of Mr. Burgess? Chair notes that no Oversight Committee member has reported a conflict of interest with any application recommended for a recruitment award today. Is there any conflict of interest that has gone unreported? If not, members, you have the list of application and grant amounts recommended by the PIC for the Academic Research Grant Awards. The PIC's recommendation will be approved if 2/3 of the OC members present and able to vote approve the PIC's funding recommendations. Rather than taking a vote on each of the 5 recommendations individually, I'll ask for a vote to approve all of the recruitment awards unless one of the Oversight Committee members asks that one be pulled out and voted on separately. If no one chooses to do that, I will entertain a motion to approve the PIC recommendations for the recruitment awards. A motion and a second. All in favor, vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Hearing approval from at least 2/3 of the members present and able to vote, the motion carries. I will entertain a motion delegating contract negotiation authority to the CEO and CPRIT staff and to authorize the CEO to sign the contracts on behalf of CPRIT. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion's approved. Dr. Wilson, if you would please present the award funding modification recommendation for grant RP 170259 Members, Dr. Wilson's memo is found at page 5-5 in your agenda packet.
This contract amendment to a research training award that was made last year to MD Anderson is to correct a mistake that I made in calculating the recommendations for modifying the award by our scientific review panels. Specifically, what happened was that we were asked to decrease from 9 to 6 awards for this research training mechanism. It was enthusiastically endorsed with that change in training number. What I neglected to do was to carry forward the important fringe benefits that pay insurance and other items for these postdoctoral positions. That mistake accounted to $576,748, and we're asking to restore that amount to the current award. And so the recommended award would now be $2,648,151.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. The PIC's recommendation to increase the award amount to $2,648,151 will be approved if 2/3 of the OC members present and able to vote approve the PIC's funding recommendation. No members previously indicated a conflict of interest when this award was originally considered in November. Has a conflict developed since that time that a member wishes to report? If not, I'll entertain a motion to modify the total amount approved for grant ID number RP170259 to $2,648,151 and to direct CPRIT staff to make the change to the award contract. Got a motion? Second. And a second. All in favor, please vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson. The chair now recognizes Dr. Garcia to provide the Chief Prevention and Communication Officer's report. Dr. Garcia will present the communication report first. After that report, she'll introduce the PICS grant award recommendations for prevention. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Your report is under tab 6. I'm going to start with the communications report, page 3. You just heard from Mr. Roberts some of the reports that the communications team has been working on, but I do want to recognize Chris Catrone for his work on the annual report and Spencer Miller-Payne for his work on the Significance Project. Quite a bit of work went into both of those reports, and they did a fine job, so I wanted to recognize them. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the memo in the book, but I will just highlight a couple of new activities that we've undertaken. And really, these things we've undertaken that are new for us are to try and to have more of earned media coverage. So a couple of things we've done. The first one is to hold some press briefings. There's been a lot of new staff at some of the news outlets, new reporters. So we scheduled meetings with the Dallas Morning News. And we've scheduled a meeting with Chemical and Engineering News. Actually, they came to us and wanted to know more about CPRIT. But we thought it was a really good opportunity to get them up to speed, give them some background on CPRIT before they start reporting on us. And we're looking at setting up a few more of these. The intent was not for them to go write stories, but they actually did result in a couple of stories from those two press briefings, and the program officers did this together with the communications staff. So we'll probably continue some of that activity. The other new thing that we have done is to try and use Cancer Awareness Months to then highlight the work that our grantees are doing in various parts of the state. January was Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, and we were able to get 7 broadcast stories and 2 online stories. We had stories in the Rio Grande Valley and stories in El Paso that were placed. Most of them were in El Paso. Had a very good visit there. Wanted to thank DeMargo for helping us with some of those media contacts, but we're able to really highlight the work going on in those cities with our grantees and get some visibility for CPRIT as well. So just about every month, there's a different awareness month. This month, February, is National Cancer Prevention Awareness Month. You might have seen we did some videotaping with Dr. Argenbright while he was here. We're going to be trying to pitch some stories in the Dallas-Fort Worth and also the Houston markets, working with our grantees there for this next month. Then in March, it's Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. So we're already reaching out to some of our grantees who are doing work in this area, trying to connect with their media outlets and also promote some of the work that they're doing. So we'll see how that goes. It's a new activity for us. It takes some effort in making these contacts, but once you've established them, the next time around it'll be a bit easier. So stay tuned. Any questions about communications activities? The rest of them are things we've reported on before and are fairly standard and ongoing.
Where did you have these press briefings? Was that in Austin, or was it?
In our office. It's really just, it's not, it was with one reporter and the program officers. So they came to the office, we sat down, we chatted. We gave them the 101 of CPRIT background, really just to get them up to speed so they had some background on CPRIT. If there's no other questions on communications activities, I'll turn to the prevention program update. That's also on in tab 6, page 1. And just the standard update on where we are on in the process for each of the cycles this fiscal year. We started with the current cycle 1 for fiscal year 2017, started with the release of RFAs in May, and we'll be presenting the recommendations, the result of that cycle to you in just a little bit. For our second cycle, we released 5 RFAs in November, and those are due in March 2nd, early March, and those will be coming to you in August. We did do a webinar in January. We had about 120 people attending that webinar. It's where they could ask questions about the RFAs, especially since we had a couple of changes and a new RFA. There were some questions, and it was a good opportunity to get questions asked before they start writing their applications. With that, those are just some of the activities. I will go into the presentation of the slate if there are no questions about the general activities. And so that is in your other packet, not your big book. The grant award packet, page 15. I'm going to walk through that memo of the 9 proposed projects for today. So the Program Integration Committee is recommending 9 projects totaling a little over $12 million. The PIC is, they voted to defer one project, PP 170037, for a future cycle pending sufficient funding. So I'm going to be talking about the 3 slates before you today. I'll go through each one and describe the projects in those slates. At the bottom of that page, you can see the priorities, the prevention program priorities that are addressed by those projects. There are 9 projects. 6 of those 9 projects prioritize populations disproportionately affected by cancer incidence, mortality, or cancer risk prevalence. 5 of them prioritize geographic areas, and all 9 of them prioritize underserved populations. So our first slate is a competitive continuation and expansion mechanism, and this mechanism funds the continuation or the expansion of currently or previously funded projects that have demonstrated quite a bit of success. And so a very important criterion for the reviewers is that they consider the previous performance of these projects. And all of these projects had very strong performance and were quite successful and rated very well. So we're recommending 5 projects here for $7.48 million. And I'll go through each one of those. The first project is a web-based clinical decision support program, the Passport for Care program for pediatric cancer survivors and clinicians. So this project includes 2 different components to its website. One is a website for clinicians, and the other one is a website for survivors. So for the survivors, it's going to provide them with direct access to their treatment information, and it's also going to provide them with recommendations for follow-up screening and other health information. For the clinicians, it's going to use an algorithm that generates a potential set of late effects that they should watch for, and it's going to be tailored to the kind of treatment that the pediatric cancer survivors received. And they will get a set of recommendations for how to follow these patients. So this project is really very innovative. There's nothing else like it. It started with 11 pediatric centers in Texas. It is now in 14 centers. And not just Texas, but he reports that actually 129 institutions outside of Texas have adopted this program. So the continuation here is to expand it even further, include more pediatric survivors. They're going to be working with the Texas Cancer Registry to identify pediatric survivors to enroll in this program. The next project is a cervical cancer prevention project in El Paso and West Texas. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned the PI and the institution on the other one. This PI is Dr. Navkiran Shokar. The organization is Texas Tech University Health Science Center at El Paso. And this program is covering a large area in West Texas, 105 rural, frontier, and border counties. They're going to start their services in 19 counties and then expand. They will be working with 10 counties within the Big Bend area and 9 counties in the Panhandle. So these are some very rural areas. It is an ambitious expansion, but this grantee has really put in place a strong plan for how to do the outreach to these rural areas and work with them and deliver services. They also have had a couple of other grants, and so they have quite a bit of infrastructure and experienced staff in order to be able to have this kind of expansion for their project. The next project is a physical activity program with survivor navigation. The project director is Karen Basin-Enquist. The organization is MD Anderson Cancer Center. And so this project is a physical activity program for cancer survivors. Their previous project was limited to breast cancer survivors. Now they're opening it up to survivors of any kind of cancer. And it's going to help cancers with their physical activity and also provide support for other health and quality of life related issues. They will help those survivors then navigate to appropriate services. The fourth program in this slate is a cancer prevention education and screening program for refugees. The program director is Dr. Amy Rains Milenkov. It's to the University of North Texas Health Science Center at Fort Worth. And this project will serve the refugee population in Denton and Tarrant County. And it's a pretty broad-based program that's going to provide education and preventive and follow-up services for breast, cervical, colorectal cancer, hepatitis B, and HPV screening. They're going to be partnering with John Peter Smith and Moncrief and the County Health Department to deliver services. The last project in this slate is a tobacco cessation project. It is to Gina Hollis. The organization is a mental health, mental retardation group in Tarrant County. And they're proposing to work with 16 clinics and train the staff there at the behavioral health clinics in tobacco cessation. They're going to provide treatment, tobacco cessation treatment to the clients. They'll also be providing tobacco cessation treatment to staff. And one component of this is an outreach to schools and community, through community or events also to youth ages 10 to 24 about tobacco use behaviors. And youth who've been referred to the juvenile justice system for violations of tobacco use are mandated to go through a tobacco awareness program, and that's one of the programs that they will be delivering. So the next slate is the evidence-based cancer prevention services slate. So these are new projects, and they really will support a wide variety of projects. The maximum award, excuse me, is $1.5 million for up to 3 years. We're recommending 3 projects in this slate for $4.2 million. The first one is a social marketing and mobile school-based vaccination clinic to increase HPV screening. The program director is Paula Cuccaro, and the organization is the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston.
Dr. Garcia, pardon me for interrupting you, but we are going to lose 2 OC members at 3:45. Got 2 different clocks up there, but one gives us 4 minutes. And if you would feel comfortable just hitting the highlights of those couple you have left so that we have an opportunity to vote.
Absolutely.
And the information has been provided to everyone in the portal ahead of time. So just
Right.
so viewers will understand that.
Absolutely. So Dr. Cuccaro is working in middle schools trying to increase HPV vaccination by working with the students and parents and nurses. The next project, the cervical cancer screening and patient navigation, to Dr. Keith Arganbright at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical School. You heard about his program and infrastructure. This is a project to deliver cervical cancer screening services to that 35-county service area that he mentioned. The next one is University Health System hepatitis viral infection program to Roberto Villarreal at the University Health System, targeting hepatitis B and C in attempts to prevent occurrence of liver cancer. The CDC and others have recommended one-time screening of baby boomers and high-risk populations for hepatitis. The last slate is a dissemination, and this is an award that helps people package and disseminate previously funded CPRIT awards. The recommendation here is for a genomics training program, packaging that training for community health workers. It trains community health workers in how to do family history assessments and refer them on to appropriate services if they're at high risk for cancer.
Thanks, Dr. Garcia. Any questions from the OC for Dr. Garcia? Members, I'll remind you that Mr. Burgess has already certified compliance to the prevention award process, and no oversight committee members have registered a conflict of interest with any of these applications. If there are no other conflicts of interest to report, members, we have 9 applications and grant amounts recommended by the PIC for the prevention grant awards. The PIC's recommendations will be approved if 2/3 of the OC members present able to vote approve. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the PIC's recommendations for evidence-based cancer prevention services, competitive continuation expansion, evidence-based cancer prevention services, and dissemination of CPRIT-funded cancer control intervention slates. Got a motion and a second? All in favor, please vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing approval from at least 2/3 of the members present able to vote, the motion carries. I'll entertain a motion delegating contract negotiation authority to the CEO and staff and CEO to be able to sign the contract on behalf of CPRIT. Got a motion and a second. All in favor vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia. No.
How do we see a Somali people?
Go ahead and go up and talk.
You know, I can speak to that. It's Tarrant County, the Catholic Charities Organization in Tarrant County is a contractor with the State Department for relocating political refugees. You know, over the last 7 or 8 years, we've relocated over 10,000 refugees from all over the world, many from Somalia, from Cambodia. It's an amazing. We have some schools now that have over 30 languages in them in the public school system, but it's one of the most aggressive, and it's been a very successful relocation program. So it's and UNT has been very innovative in trying to figure out there's a lot of cultural challenges in delivering health care to many of these populations, and they have come up with some great strategies to reach into those communities and develop medical practices that work within that in their cultures, respectful of many cases of Muslim culture, which is so. It's thanks. All right. So I don't know if we have anyone else that's on a tight time table. Okay, great.
Four.
Okay.
We still have 4 action items.
All righty. So now we will go to item number 11 on the agenda, the Scientific Research and Prevention Program Committee appointments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You will see behind tab 8 2 recommendations for the academic and the product development peer review panels. The nominations committee has reviewed and approved these, as the academic research and product development research subcommittees have also reviewed these. I request your approval.
All right. Is there a motion to? Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. And now, this jumping around has confused the chair. Agenda item number 12, Advisory Committee on Childhood Cancers.
The same comments apply here. These were reviewed by the Academic Research Subcommittee, and they have been recommended for approval by the Nominations Committee. I request your approval.
Is there a motion to approve the nominations? Have a motion and a second? All in favor, vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Number 16 on our agenda, which is amendments to 25 TAC Chapter 701 and 703, tab 13.
So, members, we will have 2 actions for you regarding our minutes. The first is approval of final adoption of rule amendments These two were brought to the Oversight Committee in November as proposed rulemaking. They were both fairly minor changes. One was updating a reference that was superseded regarding our audits. Another was to correct an inadvertent overstepping that we had done in a previous rulemaking. We had made a change and didn't realize that we were going out of step with our current practice. The proposed rules were approved for publication by the Oversight Committee. We published them in the Texas Register. We received no comments from the public on them, which was what we expected since they were relatively minor changes. And so the Board Governance Subcommittee met and recommends that the Oversight Committee approve these two rule amendments and adopt them as final changes.
Are there any questions from Ms. Doyle or the Governance Subcommittee? Members, is there a motion to approve the final orders adopting rule changes to the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 703? Got a motion and a second. All in favor vote aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Members, is there a motion to approve the public?
I have to introduce that one.
Oh, pardon me.
Sorry about that. And I'm sorry, I should have done this before moving to the motions. So now we are starting with proposed rules, and these are the first times you're seeing these amendments. So after you approve these today, they will be published in the Texas Register, and we'll receive public comment on them, and then we will bring them back to you for the Oversight Committee meeting in May. I have listed the changes on page 13-7 in your packet. I can go through them very quickly. The first change is to correct an example that we had provided of a relationship of second-degree consanguinity. It's in the definitions. The second change is to expand the one-year restriction that we have for our peer reviewers in terms of working with grantees after they have received an award. We are expanding that so that it's any grant applicant that the reviewer participated in the review process for. The third change is a change to the grant review process. Right now, it is our product development review panel that makes the recommendations on who moves on to due diligence. We are making a change for that to be the product development review council that makes the recommendations after receiving recommendations from the panel on which companies should move forward to due diligence. We have a change that is listed in your packet. It is 703.10, and actually CPRIT staff is withdrawing that after we had internal discussion among all of the programs and with our compliance program. We've determined that this change is not necessary, that we can receive this information through our compliance program, and we already have it in our contract to receive the certification upon request. So the next change that I will go to is the 703.11, and this is a change that is necessary in order to carry out the policy change that you approved earlier this meeting, where we were saying second awardees for product development would have an increased matching requirement. Our administrative rule addresses only the for every $2 CPRIT gives you, you have to have a $1 match. And so this is recognizing that in certain situations, we may request a higher match amount, but that we would list that in the RFA. The last change that's proposed for publication is a change to our financial status report process. When a grantee is seeking reimbursement, they submit their financial status report. That comes with supporting documentation to support the expenses that they are requesting. Sometimes when a grant accountant is reviewing that, they'll identify that there's missing information in the supporting documentation. Rather than disapprove the FSR, they'll just contact the grantee and ask them to submit information. Sometimes, though, those have been left pending for many months. So we are putting something into our rules that says if we request additional documentation from you, you need to provide that within 21 days, or else we'll disapprove the FSR. It means you can still resubmit it, but we're not going to leave that FSR review open. Those are the 5 changes that we are recommending the Oversight Committee approve for publication. After we receive the public comments, we'll bring them back in May. The Board Governance Subcommittee met and recommends the Oversight Committee approve these proposed changes.
Is there a motion to approve the publication of the proposed changes to the Texas Administrative Code, Chapters 701 and 703, with the exception of Section 703.10? Motion and second. All in favor vote aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Doyle. Now I'd like to ask, she's already there, Ms. McConnell to present the Chief Operating Officer's report. How did you know we were going to go in order at this point?
Just a guess.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members. I'll be very brief. Just to summarize, you have the report in front of you. We're on track in terms of our budget. We did collect almost $16,000 in revenue sharing payments during the first quarter of FY17. We still are a little bit over $3.1 million in revenue sharing collected since the agency's inception. In terms of our debt issuance, to date, we've issued $116.9 million. That was through January in commercial paper notes, through the Texas Public Finance Authority. And finally, we did complete our 2016 financial audit in December. The audit subcommittee reviewed that in December with the auditors from McConnell and Jones. There were no findings, and you should have received that report in total to you. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, any questions? Thank you very much for your report. Now we'll go to item number 18, the subcommittee business, and I would just like to summarize for your information. I believe everybody on the Oversight Committee is aware of this, but I will need a motion to approve these subcommittee assignments. As a result of Dr. Mulro's resignation, I've made some interim appointments to subcommittees. First, I've asked Amy Mitchell and Dee Margo to join the Prevention Subcommittee. I also have requested that Mr. Margo chair the Prevention Subcommittee. Mr. Margo was serving as the chair of the Audit Subcommittee, so I've asked Will Montgomery to chair that committee. Mr. Margo will remain a member of the Audit Committee. All these members have graciously accepted these appointments on an interim basis, which was necessary to complete the preparatory work for today's meeting. I request that the OC approve these subcommittee appointments. Do you have any questions? If no questions, I do need a motion. All right, got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion carries. Item number 19, the compliance investigation. We have nothing there to report. Consultation with General Counsel. Agenda items 19 and 20 have already been taken up and no further action is necessary. The next regular Oversight Committee meeting is scheduled for May 17th at 10 a.m. If there is no further business and there is no objection, the chair moves to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second? All in favor? The motion carries. The meeting stands adjourned at 3:57. Thank everybody for your participation and your attendance. Thank you.